Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Let's just have a conversation.
How y'all doing, family?
Yo, everybody, what's going on? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk on YouTube, the best show on YouTube. Let me get the people introduced here tonight. We got some heavy hitters in the building. The Real Precious, Lady Di, Prince Seller, the Queen Maker, Mr. Let Go, in red again, Trev Smooth, Chanel, Censor Chanel, Curves, she'll be on when she on. Y'all know her. My man Sweeney. And I am your host, Trigger Mike. Welcome once again to Lapeef Let's Talk. Everybody coming in, get those likes up right now. We are at 498 people watching and 135 likes. Get those up to 500 right now. All right. Y'all know we like to do things a certain way on this show. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Shout to the sponsor, T. Shanley, 30% off along with a free gift. The link is down in the description. But now that we got the housekeeping out the way, how are y'all doing tonight? Y'all good?
I'm great.
Excellent.
I'm great. How are you?
Fantastic.
Oh,
Amazing.
Man. Chilling. What's good out there in the world news today, man? Anything crazy? I mean, crazy stuff happening every day. For real. Y'all see the VMAs? Anybody catch that? Anybody catch the VMAs?
Ain't nobody get slapped in the face with a brick today?
BG is out here
somebody
sassy.
probably did, but it didn't make news.
BG acting sassy, but other than that,
Okay,
that's about it.
that BG thing. You look, I watched it a few times. Like, man, maybe he just you right.
He's sassy, but it's okay though. My whole thing is it's okay if the man wants to be G. If y'all understand what that means, let him be G.
Oh,
so let's get that on record. You support.
Go Eagles.
Let go. So now you support the LGBTQ plus?
No,
right now?
I'm accepting people's decision to do whatever it is that they want to do. So altogether.
So you don't support the LGBTQ movement? Is that what you're saying?
It's not about supporting, it's about me accepting. So the word is accept and not support. I accept.
Wait, what?
I understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying because you can't change people's reality. You know, whatever BG went through, he adapted to whatever. That is what it is, and you got to accept people as they are, not what you want them to be, and to fit your narrative.
So I do agree with that part. Like, hey,
so
that's what he wants to
be. That cool. Yep. Whether I support it or not, that's a different story. But I'm, you know.
But what is it? You didn't tell the story. That's all I was asking. That's all.
Are you disappointed?
I'm not for the
as much of a dude the way he was before he went in. Are you at least disappointed to see who he became now? At least a little bit.
Prison is trauma, and that was what
I agree.
14 years of trauma. So I know people who have went to prison and got out and are the same way, but none of them have gotten out the same way. It just, because at the end of the day, you go through a lot, like I've worked in prisons. I've been to prisons. Like we actually went down to the prison in South Carolina. Shout out to Andre Norman. I'll say 2 months after 7 people got murked because they had a prison riot, and we went down there to tell them sit down somewhere. So I've actually was a part of a movement to go to a prison right after a prison riot to tell them to calm their butts down. So it's a lot of trauma in prison. So when somebody go to prison, it's a lot they got to endure.
I'm a little lost. Who went to prison? Did they turn gay? I don't know. What's going on?
Oh, BG.
BG.
Asking the right questions.
Cash Money Millionaires.
Precious.
Cash Money Millionaires. Remember Juvenile, Lil Wayne.
Baby gangster.
Okay, so one
BG.
of them went to prison and what happened?
And now he's
So
like
he
kind
had
of like,
gotten his hair done.
he's doing
And
that.
damn, I don't have the video. I'll bring it up at some point. But like they showed him and he was like twiddling his hair like I got my hair done. Like at
I
first I
got
was like,
my
okay, is he
hair
playing?
done.
I thought
Yeah,
he was
like,
playing.
yeah.
Then I watched it like 3 more times. Like, oh shit, he not playing.
Yeah.
Mr.
That
Lego,
is
how it
That's
go?
bad. Huh?
Huh?
How it go? Mr. Lego was doing how what was
Yeah,
that?
yeah. Let Go did it better than I could do it. Let Go will show you how it's done. All right. So for everybody in the chat, I just told Lapeef to slow the chat down because y'all are chatting tonight. We got Queen Maker fans in here. We got Sweeney fans, Curve fans in here, Trev Smooth fans in here. No Mr. Let Go fan. I don't think we got any Let Go fans in here, dude. I'm joking. Let Go got the most fans in the damn chat. All the money that gets spent to tell Let Go to shut the hell up. So we appreciate it either way. Those are fans, if you know it or not. Those are fans. So let's
All
get it started
facts.
tonight. I got the first topic queued up, so we're gonna start with this one. And I promise you, this is me talking, but I didn't pick it. Lapeef picked it. All right, so I'm not up here being with my head up my own ass. But the topic to start is we keep talking about leadership and we never talk about followership. Yes, I said the word followership. I don't even know if it's a real word, but there's a video for this topic. Stay tuned and we'll get started.
Like do that in a way to avoid the work that you still need to do. Like find somebody else that's going to accept you exactly who you are, even though there is some specific changes that you may need to make in yourself as a man, and just going to somebody that's going to accept you the way you are when you could be better. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I think women
that's not the context in which I say. You'll never hear me. So you'll never hear me say men don't need to improve themselves. It's baked in the cake. But this is my ultimate point. We keep talking about leadership, and we never talk about followership.
Yeah,
that is the issue I think we're having.
That's it.
That's the issue I think we're having because one of in the groups that tonight I was with a bunch of alphas. One of the things that we keep finding is that after we are done with the refinement of man, after we've created all of these perfect specimens of men with the right job, the right smile, the right clothes, I went and gave out Nordstrom Men Guide of Style to all these dudes. They're wearing lapel, our alpha balls are going to be immaculate, right? There are still women who do not know how to follow these men correctly. They do not. Like I said, practice makes habit, and they've been practicing bad habits too long. That's what I mean. Where you have to go elsewhere, and that type of woman will stymie your growth because it's not about you needing to change and grow as a man. You will absolutely need to do that. It's about a woman working with you and accepting accepting your leadership so you can grow. That's what I mean by going. Some women make it easy. I'm sorry. My wife, I married her because she makes being a leader of this household easy. When I say, babe, I literally put my hand out and be like, babe, this is not a two-person discussion. I'll be like, no. I said it. And she'll literally put her hand. Were you rich? All right, y'all. We're gonna go around. We're gonna start with you, Precious. What do you think? We keep talking about leadership and we never talk about followership. What are your thoughts on that?
I think we talk about followership, but not necessarily instructionally how to follow a man. So in which that usually comes from inside the home. And it could be why some people don't talk about it because they don't see it. They didn't see it demonstrated. They didn't hear the verbiage in a household on how to respect a man, how to follow a man. So that could be why it's never talked about.
Indeed. MLG.
I don't know who did. Oh, that's Curves.
I don't know who that was.
Curves. I don't know what she over there doing.
You go take your inhaler, whoever the hell that was.
I totally agree with what you said. Talking about JR picked that. You picked that. But you dropped bars on that particular video because overall, I've said this a long time ago. If I had a magic wand and I ran around like bopping different dudes over the head and telling them like, boom, be a better man, boom, be a good father, be a good, and all the men started becoming these leaders and great men that women want, the biggest problem would be they would have nobody to date, because the women would then need to be bopped over the head with the same freaking magic wand to get them to be good followers. So it works on both ends. So women love to sit around and blame men for not being good leaders, but women are not good followers. So for a man to actually come in and be like, all right, I need, because with me, when I go into a woman's life and I start just paying attention to what she got going on or whatever, I'm going to start changing stuff around. I'm going to be like, yo, she got a kid. I'm be like, yo, why your kid just be doing this and doing that? What's going on? How are they grades in school? Like, what's in your, I ask you what's in your refrigerator. What do you eat on a normal basis? Like, I'm finna find out, how often do you work out? If you don't work out, I'll be like, yo, so you gonna work out or not? So I'm literally gonna go into your life and start making changes. And that's what a leader does. But a lot of women don't necessarily know how to receive that because they've never gotten any information on how to receive a man. See, most women are givers and not.
No. Excuse me.
Okay,
No.
be quiet. Stop.
Curves.
Stop.
This is the one at a time. We're gonna come around to you in a little bit.
Mute up.
You got an echo.
Thank you.
Curves, check the back chat real quick.
Overall, women have an issue and men have an issue. I'm not saying men don't have an issue. Men don't know how to be leaders. A lot of these modern men are feminine as I don't know what, and they act like women. So I'm not saying the men are perfect. We all have problems. But if women learn how to be followers while men learn how to be leaders, we all would be able to come together and figure all this stuff out in the middle instead of blaming the women or blaming the men. So yeah, what you said was bars, bro.
All right, Lady Di.
Well, so we're talking about follower, like a lady following her man, which is the leader. If you guys are complaining about women not learning how to follow, I mean, can we go back to childhood in the sense of ladies learning from their mother, learning how to be feminine and learning how to respect all men? I don't think you should have a certain level of money to be respected, or you have to look a certain way, be a certain height to be respected. If you are a man, you should be respected regardless. Just like a lady, it's the same thing. It's the reciprocal, but that's not the topic. So I'm saying that women learn how to let their man lead in the way that he chooses to by following their mom. But if a lot of us, our mothers weren't married, or if they were married, they got divorced, and some moms, they eventually start having a whole bunch of boyfriends in and out of the home, calling them uncles and stuff like that. I mean, it's going to be kind of hard for a lady to sit here and understand even how to have a man and keep a relationship, because, sometimes seeing your upbringing and watching all of this stuff going on, it's going to be hard. A lot of us know how to get a career, work, be that boss chick or whatever the case is, which, I don't think nothing is wrong with that. But as far as having a man and following that leadership, men do have to be a leader. Not all men are leaders. I understand what y'all saying, right? But not all men are leaders. Some men don't know how to, respectfully let their lady know something. It always got to be they're walking out, they're not communicating, right? They're not doing a whole bunch of stuff, and they expect ladies to just go right behind them. Like, no, you got to be able to communicate properly. You got to be able to articulate yourself. You got to make her understand what you're saying. If she don't understand, then it ain't time yet. Maybe figure out how to say it better. It's not just the ladies all the time, because there are ladies who want men and they want to be in relationships. But then you got men that's too damn silent. They're I don't want to say shy. They're kind of they don't want to say their true opinion because they feel like they're going to get yelled at or whatever the case is. I don't know why some men are even scared of ladies. Don't be scared of nobody. You know, if you want to be a man and be a leader, what are you scared of? Scared of rejection? Don't be scared of that. If you want something, go get it. Let her know this is what you want and get it done. So it is both parts. But since we're talking about this dynamic of a relationship, man and women, you know, leadership is definitely something that men should work on, and ladies should. If you didn't have the upbringing from your parent, then you should just watch around, see, you know, wives, see how some of them, not all wives are good, by the way, but see how some healthy marriages are working. And then you could learn from others. Just because you didn't have the upbringing don't mean you can't get it together. So.
All right. Bring them up.
All
Princella.
Princella, the queen maker. Thank you so much. Okay. All right.
No doubt.
So I listened to the video that you played, and your description of leadership was based on a man having a job, getting a haircut, and wearing nice clothes. And if we think that's leadership, we have failed. So we want to talk about followership and leadership, but we have not defined leadership. What is that? One, that's the question. What is leadership? And then we have this other thing about teaching women to respect men without even understanding the definition of respect. So I pulled that up while y'all was talking. The definition of respect is a feeling of deep admiration for someone or something elicited by their abilities, qualities, or achievements. So men want to bully women into an emotion that's not there, because respect is an emotion that you can't just manufacture. And respect is based on a deep admiration that's elicited by somebody's qualities, their achievements, and their abilities. The Black males who are complaining about women are not respecting them, it's because they have not elicited a deep feeling of admiration based on any qualities, any achievements, or anything. Okay. So respect is earned. It is not given, and it is not forced, and it is not demanded. Leadership. What books on leadership have you read? I would like to know that, because I was commissioned as an officer in the military, spent 8 years in the military. And one of the books that I have on leadership is Patent on Leadership and Think and Grow Rich. And based on these two books, the Black male has not exhibited any form of leadership, not any quality whatsoever. And when you talk about leadership, you don't have to force people to follow you. You inspire people, and through that inspiration, people will voluntarily follow you. The problem is the Black male has not given anybody, not his children, not a woman, not even himself, a legitimate reason for somebody to walk behind him or even beside him. So I would like to know, what books on leadership have men read?
Anybody?
I absolutely love what you said. So one of the books that it's not necessarily about leadership, but it's about mindset, the 10X rule. Another one is The Way of the Superior Man, The Alchemist. And one of the things about The Alchemist that I love is that he learned to not be afraid to go out in the world and do what he has to do and report back, instead of worrying about, because a lot of men, just like you said, a lot of these modern men are effeminate and they're mommy driven. So they need some type of acknowledgement from the woman before he goes out and does what he has to do. No, you sit down and I'll be back. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I got from The Alchemist. But I stopped there because I can go with the Fourth Agreement. That's another one. So it's a lot of different books that I can talk about, but I want everybody else to come in, chime in.
Yeah, because I don't think the average man that's hollering about let me be a leader, I don't think he's read anything. These guys don't even value education. A lot of them drop out of school, and even when they in school, they ain't paying no attention. So it's just a funny conversation to me, because women don't know what a leader is, so they're following men based on penis. And if you think penis is leadership, I got to laugh at you. I
I do have one question though.
Mm-hmm.
Can everything that could be learned about leadership be taught in a book? Does it come from a book, or can it come through experience?
Well,
hold on,
here's the
Trigger
thing.
Mike. Can we at least answer her question though? Like, and can anybody, the guys, talk about what books they read? Out of respect to her, because she did ask that question. I answered, nobody else answered.
Oh, I didn't know
and
if she was
another
asking directly, but go ahead.
Yeah, and another one is How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. But guys, because that's a good question. Guys,
I did read Think and Grow Rich a long time ago. Most of my books on leadership come from my frat, and I take the 48 Laws of Power as a book on leadership, but really I take it as a book on followership. So kind of an indirect way to see the way people have misused leadership and power throughout history. Those are the ones I like the best.
Well, I like to say this, and I'm gonna let y'all answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when people listen to me and they look at me, the first thing they want to call me is a pimp, right? Because I got a large following of women that I didn't force to follow me, right? I didn't bully them into following me. I didn't bully them into listening to me, but they follow because there are qualities and character traits that I exhibit that the average man does not. Okay, and so even not only do they call me a pimp, they also call me a man, right? I'm like, a man. Why do they say that? Because they see in me what they think they should be. And so if anybody gonna listen to anybody about leadership, you actually listen to people who are leading something. The average male ain't even leading what's in his pants correctly, right? But you want to lead a household, you want to lead a woman, but you can't lead yourself. The first leader position you should have is leading yourself first. And males are failing at that.
But remember, the question in the video was more about followership. So are women capable or open to following a man if she meets a leader?
Well, no, here's the thing. Again, leadership, people who are effective leaders, they inspire people to follow them. So y'all all watched, you remember was Forrest Gump. Y'all remember Forrest Gump? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, you remember the scene when Forrest just got up and started running. And he was running for miles and miles and miles. And then people started joining him, right? And following him. That's how followers happen. Males want to bully women into following them to fuel their ego. They not going nowhere. They need these women to help them get wherever they going. They haven't established anything. They ain't even started nothing. And then they want to sell women or bully women into helping them create something. Until the black male gets up by himself and starts doing something that inspires other people to want to join him, these women ain't finna follow you nowhere. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't follow most of you. I'm just being honest with you.
What type of men are you talking about, Princella?
I'm talking about the majority of men. Let me tell you.
Because you said Forrest.
Well, wait,
hold on, y'all. We got to keep it going around. We're gonna do open dialogue right after. So
okay, y'all go ahead and answer the other questions that they was.
Everybody's individual. Then we're gonna wrap it around.
Because Forrest Gump was wild. I was with you, but you lost me at Forrest Gump.
Well, no, but here's the thing: the people. That's how people do. When you are doing something, it don't matter what you're doing. It don't matter if you're running. It doesn't matter if you start a podcast. The fact of the matter is, you're doing something that is inspiring other people to want to work with you, right?
All right.
People trying to bully other people to support them, it ain't never gonna work. And the majority of men who are begging women to follow him, they ain't even got nothing going on in their life. They not doing nothing.
All right, Trev Smooth.
All right, so yes, it's a lot of ways to go with this, right? Women aren't motivated to follow men. And there's plenty of reasons to that, right? For one, they haven't received a proper example, right? When we start looking at the stats, we're talking about 70-80% of us are growing up in single parent households. So if you've never witnessed that dynamic, it'll be hard for you to emulate that dynamic, first of all, right? Princella did make a great point with men not being ready for leadership, right? There's definitely many of us who I do my best to work with men so they understand finances, so they understand masculinity, and masculinity, knowing the difference between masculinity and trying to emulate it with hyper masculinity, which is not necessary, right? Being grounded spiritually, having your emotions under control, and just being a man, right? And knowing what a man is supposed to be. And the main reason that many of us can't get the followership that we want is because we don't know how to lead, and in any category, right? We also as men have not witnessed that example. So we're trying to navigate this situation without any background. We're starting from scratch, right? Fortunately, I've been able to obtain whatever I could, and I try to pass that on. That's why I jump in anytime I see a young man who needs help. Let me get your credit right. Let me help you obtain this job. No, this is how you approach women in every aspect. Male improvement is important because we have to do better as a society. We're not doing well as a society. We're hurting. We are hurting. We're at the bottom of damn near anything. And it's because we don't have strong families. But we can't have strong families if we don't have a leader to lead that strong family, right? And we can't say all that without saying that many of the women need work. We understand that you need to trust us, but you have to know what it is that you're looking for. You can't chase the wrong things. You can't jump on men that are just because, okay, he's a hot boy, or he looks a certain way, or because he has this type of money, right? All of those are cool, but that's not what's going to make you be able to raise a successful family, right? So until we can, as men, become better leaders, and women have to learn how to search for the correct type of man, right? Because she has to trust in your leadership, period. If she doesn't trust in your leadership, she's always going to have that fear that you will lead her off the cliff, right? That's why I do understand. I believe in gender roles, but when I say that, I try to make it easy for my wife to do everything, right? You have to. You pave the way. You make it so she can actually desire to rest in her femininity. She has to be comfortable with that. She has to trust you. She has to know that these bills are going to be paid no matter what. She has to know that you're there for her emotionally. She has to understand that you are the rock. You're stable. You got the family anchored down. She has to know that she doesn't have to second guess or undermine your advice when you're talking to the children, because she know you got it. We have to instill that faith in them, but it has to be earned. It's not just going to come out of nowhere. Females won't respect you unless you earn it, right? But like I said, we have some females who are absolutely not ready. We have to look at the people who they are pushing forward, right? Sukianas or Sexy Red. These women are being pushed to the forefront. These are the examples that the algorithms push. They don't even sell records, but you see their faces every day. No hip hop artist has a #1 record this year, but you see them all day, every day, as if they actually are relevant. These are the people who they want us to watch, so we can continue to have weak families. And I'll end it there.
All right, Chanel. We keep talking about leadership and we never talk about followership. I have been instructed that followership is not a real word, so we're just making it up for tonight.
I did Google it, and it says it's a real word on Webster.
Oh, you know, whoever said that in the chat,
So-
kiss my ass. Okay, followership is a real word.
I saw it on Webster, so I think it's a real word.
right,
I totally agree with what Trev and Princella said. I'd also like to add, I personally believe it is in a woman's nature to follow a strong man, especially her own husband. It has a lot to do with trust. If that woman doesn't trust you, it's not naturally going to happen. I wish that, you know, women were able to be better followers, or at least Black women. I have more experience with Black women. I wish it were that way, but I do believe in our community we have a lack of trust with one another as men and women, and also as Black persons to Black people. Like, we're just not trustworthy of each other in general. So for interrelational, for relational purposes, I don't think the trust is going to even be there for the woman to follow. Also, I think someone else mentioned growing up, if our fathers aren't in the home, so how are we going to emulate what our mothers do if there's no man to submit to? So it's going to be very hard to just make up a scenario. Most of the time, at least for me, it was Disney. So I'm watching men bow down to women. For a long time, I thought that's how relationships were, that men were just going to buy me flowers all the time and I was just going to be a princess forever, you know? So, you know, everything was screwed up in our childhood. So there's that. And then also, I believe that a lot of Black women are in a leadership role already. So when you're accustomed to being at the top, sometimes for her, it's very difficult to lean back and be submissive. I don't think that's a good thing. I'm not co-signing it, but I do believe that's what happens sometimes, whether you can't depend on your family or your father, so you have to take care of yourself by yourself, or you're a single parent, so you have to take on both parental roles on your own, or whatever the situation is. A lot of times you're so accustomed to being an individual well into adulthood, 30s, maybe 40s, that becoming that feminine, soft woman is very difficult for that woman. Like I said, I don't agree with that, and I don't think it should be that way, but it is that way.
All right, Curves. Go ahead. You got it.
All right. Yeah, I definitely agree with Princella. She ate and really left no crumbs for me. But I'm gonna just say that most men are not leaders. They're just not. So they're begging for things that they like. You where are you leading us? Like, a lot of men lead women to hell. Like, you see where their lives are going. It's chaotic in itself. So now you're asking a woman to follow you. What are we following? So, and that other word, I can't even address that because it's not even a word I've ever heard of. The followership, I don't know anything about that. I'm just speaking on the leadership. And I feel like if you're a leader, you don't have to ask for it. And this is coming from someone who watched my father be a leader. He never had to beg my mother to follow him or to come after him. Like, he was just the leader, and he was structured, and she followed. It's not something you have to ask for. So if you're begging for it, it's because that's not you. But that's all I have to say on it.
All right. Somebody in the chat trying to go at you, Sweeney. I'm gonna talk about he quiet tonight. It hasn't been his turn yet, but you got the floor, my man. Take it away.
I just got one question. What has the average woman done or is doing that makes her above being led by the average man? And what are the results of that?
It's not what she done, it's what happened to her. Her mother ruined her life and didn't provide her with a daddy. That's what.
I mean, I'm just, because it's.
What do you mean by what is she doing?
Whoa.
What do you whoa? And I'm asking him to clarify his question.
Yeah.
Let go.
What has the average woman done, or what has she done that is so grandeur that makes her above being led by the average man? What is she doing that is so special that makes her above it?
Is that a question for everybody, or you?
Everyone. It's a valid question, I think.
Oh, okay. So when you look, let's just start at just basic stuff. Okay. Let's look at education. If the Black male does not value education, leaders are readers. Okay, leaders constantly educate themselves. The average Black male has no respect for education, and so when you look, actually, Black men talk crap about Black women who are trying to further their education. So even in higher level degree programs, Black women far outnumber Black males. That's just that's
simply not true.
All right. Well, let me ask this question though: is the only education somebody can get coming out of a book or from a university? Can
No, but here's the thing. That is very important. Higher education is very important. So here's the thing. If a male, period, is downing education at all, he's not a leader. Even just to even get in the commission program, you have to at least have a at least 60 credit hours in college before you can even get accepted into officer candidate school. The average male, specifically black male, does not have respect for education. He don't.
So pause.
All right, go ahead.
Hold on, wait, Trigger. First and foremost, only roughly less than 30% of black women attend college out of all black women. Only less than 30% of them actually attend college. And even if you look at college data, see, here's the problem. Here's the thing that people get wrong when they quote that black women are the most educated group. They are the most educated in reference. They talk about black women in comparison to other women of other groups in reference to how enrolled they are against their men. And even if you look at black men and black women, we're still nearly enrolled at the same rates. Half of college, damn near half of colleges are still black men. Even if you go to HBCU, half the people on the campus are still black men. So our women.
Do you just want to pull the statistics right up now? We can do that because we don't have to go back and forth for he say, she say.
It's simple. Just look up education level by group, by sex and gender. by sex and race. And it will tell you right there.
Because what I'm saying is I pulled them up several times. And when it comes to higher level education, professional degrees, black women are outnumbering black males in these programs. Okay. So
how much?
I could have sworn back in the day, black men really didn't have an education, but they went to work. They fed their family.
That's slave labor, though. That's slave labor. That's not leadership.
Still leadership.
Hold on, Precious. Hold on.
We're gonna let Sweeney finish his point, then we got open dialogue for everybody. Go ahead.
Sweeney. By how much are black women outnumbering black men in college?
Oh, I pull them up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and while you pull that up, I just want to make a comment to men, or you said black men shit on black women going to college or something like that.
Well, no, just education, period.
Hold on. Overall, you have to add context to anything. So women overall are going to school for the sake of going to school. And they're getting degrees in things that don't necessarily make them money. And when they get out of school, they're not making enough money to not be able to pay their own bills, but now they got all these school loans. So when you look at anything, if you buy a car, you have a kid, you go to school, you got to add context to the pros and cons of the thing that you're planning on doing. So you can go out and have a bunch of kids, but if you live in a hood, you're going to traumatize the kids because you live in a hood. So your environment that you're bringing the kids in, you can be married. But if y'all both live in the projects and you go out and have a whole bunch of kids, you're going to screw up your kids. You can turn around and say, yo, I got married. What's wrong with my kids? You live in the hood. So overall, it's about context. You can't just go and go take up some classes and go get a freaking degree in underwater basket weaving and saying I got an education. No. You got school debt, and you can't make money off of the education that you just got. So context is needed.
But
we're gonna go ahead, and then we'll do super chats.
Education has nothing to do with leadership. So I don't even know why we're talking about it in that way. You're talking about, if you're talking about education and hot professional degrees, you must be talking about a man that has a level of money, 6 figures, right? Something that a lot of women want to be provided for in that way. But there are men who don't have the quote unquote high level degrees, but they're taking care of their family, which is part of being a leader. I don't think it has to do with school. Education and school is kind of like two different things. You could be educated in many different things, but you don't have to go to a university. You could go to trade school, get a skill in that nature and still be a leader.
And we're talking to people who have not read a single book on leadership. The average male has not read any book on leadership. Okay. So I'm telling you that slave labor and somebody giving you a job to do is not leadership, because guess what? All foot soldiers follow the commanders. Okay, they all have a job, but none of them are leaders. Okay,
All right.
so yeah, so no, we're not going to boggle down leadership to a man going to work a 9 to 5 or maybe
Trigger
14
Mike, I just
hours.
want to say
hold on. I'm talking about leadership.
We're not done with this one. Let me get to these super chats real quick. So y'all
Well,
keep the clip
Trigger,
loaded.
before you do that, I want to quote the numbers real quick. So, as of right now, pretty much as of 2018, the enrollment rate for Black men in college is 35%. The enrollment rate of Black women in college is 41%. I mean, the enrollment rate of Black men is 33%. The enrollment rate of Black women is 41%.
Princella, we got your rebuttal right after these super chats.
Is there a graduation rate?
All right, hold on. My man Bruiser, all right, says $5. Really, bro? LOL. This the topic. I see. I need to come back and stir ish up. My man Bruiser, what's going on with you? Bruiser again, $10. Wives are despised and envied. When women cannot fulfill the duty of wife, they'll attack those who are able. Anyone can be a SC. Side chick. I think that's what that means. All right. Foreign currency. I believe this is euros from the Nubian Pharaoh. Appreciate the love. Showing some love from the London. Looking forward to the debate. Appreciate that. Creatrix Divine. Thank you for becoming a Green Gang member. I don't have the sound effects, but all right. Y'all help me out with that. BZ, formerly Baby Zaddy, $5. Yeah. Oh, he in the background.
I think
somewhere.
Mike did it perfectly, though.
All right. 21 Irrefutable Laws, Radical Candor, The Dictator's Handbook, Extreme Ownership, Army War College. But what do I know? All right. My man Hink, The Basement, $2. Let Go. Tell us how her ass stays. You do eat ass. That's why that's funny. All right. American Negro, $10. Princella is purely speaking against God's will, and that will is for a woman to honor and obey. Soon as people questioning her and put her in a corner, she's going to leave the show. I don't think so, bro. I think she can hold her own, but A1Gs, can we get the sound effects again? Thank you for becoming a Green Gang member. You are 100% appreciated. Hope you like what you see. And in the meantime, y'all make sure y'all get those likes up. Those likes are disrespectful. Smash the like button. The like is free. Please, if you have not done so and you're just coming into the stream, go ahead right below the screen and hit that like button. Let's continue with these super chats. Eugene Steele, $5. Keep in mind that all good leaders were once good followers. That is a fact. Lorianne Love, $5. Super sticker. Appreciate that. Wowzers, $5. That's Princella Chick is a clown. Ask her who built the dwelling where she lived. I don't think you fazed by it, are you?
Oh, no.
Nah. All right. Jay Daniels, $5. Why are these dusty women leading the country in evictions if they so educated? Laughing my ass. Rob, $20. Most men are single and childless and in the middle class. Women choose men off the sex. Not our fault. They choose dudes with kids already. Y'all coming with the smoke tonight. God damn. Chris Davis, $10. Princella refuses to say black men. Instead, she calls us black males. Reese, $5. Princella, you a little late. Woman turning gay was the last show. Oh, I don't know what that means. Facts and Snacks official. $10 Canadian. Among black students in higher education, black women are more likely than black men to earn degrees. Black women get 64.1% of bachelor's degrees, 71.5% of master's degrees, and 65.9% of doctoral, medical, and dental degrees. In the black community, is that what she's saying?
And they still be homeless because the eviction rate is through the roof. So, Princella, is there a reason
Hold
why?
on, I said Princella, she had her. I told her she could go, then you got it right after that, MLG. Go ahead.
I hear some clanking. Who that is? Is that you, Katrea? Okay.
My bad. I'm over here pouring my
yeah, because that's loud in
my water.
Okay. All right. Now, what am I rebutting to? Because I got lost in the super chats.
No, my bad. Sweeney had given a stat. I didn't know if you wanted to rebut. You were about to talk.
Yes. Okay. So, all right. So, he says, what are black women doing so much that makes them more qualified to be a leader? Now, like I said,
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, well, can you repeat what you said?
I said, what is the average black woman doing that is so spectacular that makes her above being led by the average man?
Okay, so first and foremost, the average male cannot even control himself. Okay, so that's the number 2 thing. So the number 2.
What are you basing that on?
How?
Hold on, wait. What are you basing that on?
How? Control himself how?
Y'all cannot control your sexual drive, your sex urges. You can't. Okay, so
What are you talking about?
can't
So,
control.
hold on, wait.
We gotta let her finish. Let her finish.
Yeah, let me finish. Okay, you can't control your sexual urges. You can't control your anger. You can't control your thoughts, and you can't even control the direction in your life. Okay, so here's the thing. Let's start with what black men are doing. Okay, for the success in their life. Okay, let's go ahead and get out of the bottom of the pyramid, because no matter what pyramid that you're looking at, the majority of people are at the bottom. And when it comes to the socioeconomic pyramid, black people are on the bottom. And when you're on the bottom, you act like rats, okay? Like Universe 25. So let's just cut to the chase, okay? So tell me what black men are doing that they think that they have the audacity to tell women to let them lead, when you see that women, the majority of them are the ones with the houses. The majority of them are the ones with the education. Y'all living with them. Y'all living with your mama. The majority of y'all. Okay. So when you can flip that and show me a woman moving into your house as opposed to the other way around, then I can say, okay, well, black women aren't doing anything spectacular, but the reality is they are. The majority of them have their basic necessities taken care of, and y'all really don't.
But that's not the majority of men moving in with women. You're talking about a low scale of men.
Ma'am, the majority of people on any pyramid are at the base of the pyramid. That's just
houses.
All right, so let me give context.
Trigger Mike.
Hold on. Let me give context.
I got a question though.
For the second half of the convo, let me give a little context to the video. So, just so we don't get too far on one side of what the video was about. Let me see. What did I say? Followership. So what I was talking about at the core of what I was saying is that a man can have everything. A man can have his job together. He can come from a 2-parent household. He could be educated. He could have a master's degree. He could be equally educated or as educated as his wife. Or the other thing I don't like is that formal education and schooling or schooling and education are 2 different things. Men actually prefer competency over formal education. We always have. And black men, especially, anything we do, we dominate. I look at a football player going to practice every single day, learning how to burn dudes and run a 4.3 as him being a doctorate in whatever the hell he's doing. Okay, we are the best in every physical capacity on the face of this earth, the best physical specimen that has ever walked this earth. And those who choose to do that, do it well. So black men do a lot of things well. But what I was saying is that even with all of these competencies that a man can have, we still have women who have practiced the wrong habits and cannot follow them. Here's what I mean by that. And I've told this story before. When I was 12, I was doing Muay Thai. All right. Best in class. I broke my foot. I'm sorry, 14. I had broke my foot some weeks before and I was healing up and I wasn't turning my hip on my punches and I had to test out. And my teacher came to me and said, Mike, you're not turning your leg. You're about to go to brown belt. It's not about knowing the combo. It's about your form. They will fail you if you don't turn your foot. And I said, no. I'm going to just practice like this because my foot hurt, but I'm going to do it when it counts, when the test happens. He said, look at me, Mike. What does practice make? Panel, what does practice make?
It don't make perfect.
Practice and correction makes perfect. Hold on, y'all. Practice makes habit. He said, Mike, if you make a habit of not turning your foot, you will fail the test. What happened the next day? I failed the goddamn test. Now replace me with black women and replace marriage and relationships with the test. Women have been practicing the wrong habits for so long that even when they get a man that's worthy, even when they get a man that read all the books on leadership, they will fail the test and not follow him appropriately. That is the context of what I'm saying. Y'all got the floor.
And not following appropriately in a way because they want them to do what they want them to do. Like, it's kind of like they have their book set out and planned, right? But if you want a man as your leader, you have to kind of go with the plan of the man. but because it's not written out how they want it, then that's when it's like, oh, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing as a man. But you're not a man, so how are you going to tell a man how they're supposed to be doing what they're supposed to be doing? And I think that part, it gets confusing because ladies can't tell men how to be men. That's weird. We're not men, we're women. We need to tell women how to be women. Men need to learn how to be that in their own way amongst themselves. So if they come to you and say, hey, I want a family, I want a house, I want all of these things, I want you to be with me, and we're gonna do it together. Some women don't like that plan. They want to have it the way they want, which is, I gotta have my nice big house right away. I gotta have my nice fancy wedding right away. I gotta have all these things right away. When it's like, okay, but sometimes it's not going to be right when you want it. Why? Because some people don't have the necessary, let's say we're talking about money, to get all of that. That doesn't mean you can't get married. There's weddings plenty back in the day that didn't have fancy weddings, but you could still be married, love each other, and build together. So when you talk about education and going to school, some people, just because you're, let's say, educated does not mean you can't be a leader. You could still be able to lead your family. Education does not make you that, doesn't give you that ability. There are men who have high degrees and they're still not leaders.
Okay, ma'am. What leadership material have you read? Tell me one book that you have read about leadership.
The Bible.
Ma'am, that is not a leadership book. So you don't have any knowledge, education, or understanding on the principles of leadership, but you're talking about leadership, and then y'all wonder why as women you choose the wrong males, because you choose males on ignorance, not on knowledge, right? So you don't even have the ability to assess what a leader actually is. Because let's keep it a buck. Women are choosing the wrong men, are they or are they not?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so why are they choosing the wrong men? Because they're ignorant.
Ignorance.
She just torpedoed our own argument.
I agree.
No,
let it keep going, bro. That's
no,
what I'm
no. Let
her drown.
All right, one mic.
Let her drown.
All right, hold on.
This is not a drown.
Let her rebut, and then y'all got it next. Go ahead.
The majority of people are on the bottom of the pyramid. People on the bottom of the pyramid, yeah, because they're not leaders. The majority of people are not leaders in the Black community because the Black community is at the bottom of the socioeconomic pyramid. So here's what I'm trying to tell you. The first part of leadership, hey, leaders are readers. Black folks, including Black women, do not even study leadership. So you don't, the Black male don't.
Let me jump in. Because with all due respect, you starting to babble. So, because you starting to say the same thing over and over again. First of all, leadership first comes from the person that created you. First, God, and then your father. Okay. So all these people running around, with an education, that's cool. But did your ass have a daddy? All right. So when you are, I didn't interrupt you. The human brain forms the majority of their neurons between 0 and 7. Ain't nobody going to college between the ages of 0 and 7. So if your ass ain't have no daddy, if you didn't learn structure, if you didn't learn conflict resolution, how to play well with other kids or whatever, you're starting off screwed up. And a lot of y'all, you women, you Black women, have that actual issue because none of y'all had daddies. And why didn't y'all have daddies? Because your little stank mama was fast in the ass and did not provide you with one. So when it comes to leadership, you keep attaching yourself to education, but leadership starts in the household, and y'all fatherless ass women don't want to or don't know how to follow a man because you did not see your mother follow a man.
Y'all
think
that leadership is in the call.
Priscilla, other people got to talk, so let's take turns.
All right, hold on. Queenie, get in there, die. Did you have something after that?
Wait a minute.
Hold-
She
Sweeney, go ahead.
I just have a question,
torpedo.
Mr.
Hold on, Curse. Hold on, Curse. We're going in line.
Oh
We're
my
going in
God.
line.
She
I put
she
the
lit-
next topic in the back for you.
she literally torpedoed her own argument when she said black women are ignorant and choose the wrong men.
Exactly.
But then,
Exactly.
and actually that leads right back to my original question. What have the average black woman done that makes her so above being led by the average man? Nothing. That's the actual
Nothing.
answer.
Listen,
Not a
listen.
damn
The
thing.
answer is not a damn thing.
Y'all, none of y'all are leaders. What I'm telling
Hold
you
on,
is
Priscilla.
that
We gotta take turns. We
Priscilla,
gotta take
Priscilla.
turns. He's not
Go
done.
ahead.
I'm
Go
not sitting here trying to proclaim my leadership or anything like that. I'm not here to do that.
We're just
I'm
having a
just sitting-
conversation.
But if you're a leader, Sweeney, you're a leader. Period.
Look,
You're the leader in your home, are you not? Aren't you
Yes.
the leader in your home? Okay,
Yes.
so don't say
But
you're
that has
gonna
nothing to do with this conversation, though.
downplay your
Say it with
leadership.
your
You're a
chest,
leader,
Sweeney.
you're a
Come
leader.
on, Sweeney.
Right.
Hold on,
Say
hold
it
on.
with your
Let
chest.
me get hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Go ahead. Finish up, Sweeney.
But that has nothing to do with this conversation. We're
It
sitting
actually
over here
does, though.
talking about a group of people that are literally at the bottom rung, like Priscilla said, and neither one of us are doing very well out here. But we're going to sit here and act as if one group is doing so grandeur that they cannot partner with and do well with the other group. We
Facts.
literally are failing because we're not with each other.
They
Both
can't get
groups are
along
failing.
with women.
You're failing
Because
because
my question was
Both
going to
groups
be,
are
since
failing.
men aren't leaders, what do you propose these women do? Be with women?
Women, listen to me. Listen.
Because that's my question.
The black community is
Hold on.
failing.
Let her rebut.
Black people are failing due to ignorance. So neither one of y'all understand leadership. And guess what? Y'all keep acting like leadership is in the ball sack, which is the reason why you're failing too as black males, because that's what y'all think it is, and it ain't. So what I'm trying to get you to do, to understand, is that the first thing is education. And it don't just come in the university, but let me tell you something, that a person who is actively trying to improve and evolve their mind, and they're going to a university for that purpose, that puts a person right ahead of the curve in the direction of leadership. So if a person does not value education, I don't care if it comes from the streets. Listen, I don't care if it comes from the streets or if it comes from the classroom. If you do not value education and transforming your mind to learn more, you are an ineffective leader, period. And one thing about black males is that they do not value education.
That's bullshit.
Rather-
That's bullshit.
rather it come from the streets
No,
than the Bible.
that's bullshit.
Hold on.
That is bullshit. Because you just torpedoed your own argument again. Because when you refer to education, all you referred to was college education.
That's all.
When
No,
Trigger Mike,
that's not
hold on,
all.
wait.
Hold on,
I'll let
MLG.
you finish.
That's not
I'll
all.
let
It's
you
the
finish.
focus.
I'll let you finish.
One mic, y'all. One
Let
mic.
you
Before you
finish.
finish up, and you got the
When
rebuttal.
Trigger Mike asked the question, I don't know if it was Trigger Mike or Mr. Lego, when they said, does leadership only come from college education? And you said, no, but.
I said no, but. I said no, but.
Hold on, MLG, quiet up. Let them go.
Let them finish, ma'am.
So, with that being said, men are not afraid to be educated by anybody. We find leaders all the time amongst us. We find men to follow all the time. We find people who to mentor us and everything. We not just out here being uneducated. Otherwise, you wouldn't have Trigger Mike who does well. You wouldn't have Mr. Lego who does well. You wouldn't have Trev that does well. You wouldn't have me that's been doing well. I've had several people who led me. I'm a barber. And you don't think I've been under other barbers? You don't think I've been under other people that taught me the game and taught me how to move the way I move? And you just said, whether you learn it from the street or learn it from the classroom. So you mean to tell me all these men, just majority of men out here, are just absolutely unable to lead? But you're going to sit here and say, so are you saying that are women leaders?
Look.
Have women women been leading?
Listen, look. I'm gonna say this one more time.
Can you answer his question before you?
I just want you to answer the question.
Here's the
Are
thing.
women leaders?
All right, hold on, y'all.
No,
When you
y'all-
ask the question, you gotta let her answer. Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. I think different. You're not gonna force me to say things the way you
Well,
want
I
me to
asked
say
you a
them.
specific
Okay, and I'm
question.
gonna answer.
If you don't want to answer the question, then we
I'm
can
going
move on.
whoa. I'm
If
going
you
to
don't want to
answer the question.
we can
Hey,
move
no.
on.
Oh, I'm going to
All right,
answer the
Sweeney.
question in
Y'all,
the
let
way
her
that I'm
rebut. Let her
going to
rebut.
answer it.
Let her
Was what
rebut.
I'm telling you. Okay.
Please, right? Because how the hell you gonna try to bully her into answering her answer?
Because I asked the question. If she's going to respond, then
Y'all,
respond.
I'ma have to hit the mute
Otherwise,
button,
we
yo.
can move on.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna have to hit the mute button, y'all. Y'all stop interjecting. This is good dialogue. We're gonna go back and forth. Sweeney had it. He asked the question. Princella, you got it. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. Nobody is a leader at the bottom of the pyramid. Okay. Both parties are operating in ignorance. At the very beginning, I asked, what books on leadership have y'all read? Okay. So y'all ain't read them. And it reflects it in everybody's behavior, the woman and the male, because people at the bottom of the pyramid have no governing philosophy. They don't. So they're all wild animals at the bottom. So
why are you talking only about men then?
Listen, you just asked me, y'all asked about following men, okay? So what I'm telling you, as men who are begging for leadership positions, if you ain't read no book on leadership and actively have implemented this in your life, you don't get to beg and bully women to follow you, because both of y'all are blind leading the blind. Ain't now one of you, male or female, even looked at no books on leadership.
All right, hold on, y'all. Let me give some context. Let me give some context to this, y'all, because no one anywhere of any race has read, most men or women have read books on leadership. But let me say, like Robert Herjavec, the guy on Shark Tank, the younger looking guy, but he's like 61 years old. He is a businessman, investor, multiple companies, but he's never written a business plan. So are we saying that the style of leadership, does a man have to read books on leadership to be an adequate leader in this society? Is that what you're saying?
Most of the time, yes, because guess what? You have children that come out at 6 years old being masters at playing piano. Look at Prince. Prince didn't take a class. So you have people who are born with a natural talent. Most people have to be cultivated into things like leadership, because leadership the parents are ignorant. Come on. If it was, listen, if it was about the parents, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Priscilla. Go ahead, Bill. My bad, Mr. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
I got something to say. Okay, so you keep grappling on education. I just want to speak for myself. I read at least about, 10 different books on Taoism. Okay. So to a certain degree, that is where my belief system lies. So that is part of the leadership of my life. I've been leading people since I was 17. I started my family at a young age, had my kids, got married, bought a house, had my kids, first house ever, 4-bedroom, tri-level, 5-bedroom house. My kids, as a teenager, my kids were able to scribble on the walls with no problem, because they had their own room where they can tear up their room and I'll deal with it whenever we move, whenever we sell the house. So I've been leading for a very long time. I'm a coach. I've had coaches. Shout out to Kendall Ficklin. Shout out to David Shantz. So I can tell you what books I've read. I can tell you what belief system that I follow, which is Taoism. And I can tell you the name of the male coaches that have taught me my business acumen. And that is your direct question. So when you talk about education, it's not necessarily just about college. I can literally tell you the people, the belief system, the ideology, the life story that put me where I am. And I can only assume that's what you're trying to ask, but you keep being stuck on education, which is problematic. I'm almost done. Due to the fact that statistically you can be right at something.
What I'm saying, hold on, let me know what I'm saying, because education does not mean, or is not synonymous to university, because when he asked me, he did just repeat that. I said no, but. So since I said no, but I was making a point about formal education, okay, it doesn't exclude life experience, because the school of hard knocks, let me tell you something. The majority of what I know did not come from a university. Yes, I went to a university, but the majority of what I learned in life about human behavior and human psychology, I learned through field knowledge. field knowledge. So all of that is culminating in education. What I am saying is the average
your own
black
argument all over again.
No, I'm not, because it's all added into education. It's
crazy.
all added. No, it's all added into education, because education is the foundation of leadership. The question is, what is education? Okay, because you keep saying that I'm saying that it's only university, and I never said that. Okay, so you're trying to say these things, but listen, in order to lead anything, leadership is a skill. It is not a body part. It is a skill, and that comes from the mind. The people at the bottom operate on emotion. They operate in reactivity mode. They are not thinking. So leaders are readers. A person who wants to expand their knowledge base, to improve themselves, they look outside of their own understanding to get more information by tapping into the minds of other people. Okay,
so
effective leaders.
Let me say this. Leaders are followers, and that's exactly what Trigger Mike was saying in the video. You have literally screwed up this whole topic by talking about leadership. This whole topic was about followership. So
You
just
can't
like
talk about followership without leadership, though.
whoa, ma'am. So followership is what we need to be talking about. One, because it's not about education, it's about who you're following. You have to learn by seeing, learn by understanding, learn by being taught. I talked about fatherhood. So I'm on topic, followership, following your father, right? So it's not about a damn education. It's about who is in front of you. I talked about mentors, people that I paid thousands of dollars to teach me shit. So it's about belief system. It's about ideology. I talked about that also. So the bottom line is you are stuck on education so you can be right and have an argument. But leaders is about followers. You have to learn how to.
So if your daddy is a dummy, if your daddy is a dummy,
hold on, y'all. Close this out. 1 minute. I'm closing this topic out. Y'all go ahead.
And going into the next topic, Princella, we got to take turns. There's other people on the thing. We just don't want to hear from you. All right, go ahead.
That's fine.
Just to let go, you too.
I'm like,
because it's been me and him talking the whole time.
Hey,
Pot calling the kettle black.
I'm the one with the red shirt on, so everybody shut up.
You could have literally.
You know what I find? You know what I find interesting?
So I wanted to ask Priscilla a question really quick. I want to know. I just want to know. So when you talk about leader, I understand you saying they have to read books to become a leader or a better leader. So that's the only way, is education and just reading books. There's no other way for a man, is what we're talking about, to become a leader in your eyes.
How would you know if you're doing anything right if you don't have anything to line it up?
Literally get off the results in your life.
No, seriously.
Because people follow you.
Get off the results in your life.
People follow you.
Because people follow you. Remember,
people follow you.
People follow a bunch of dummies. Listen, people follow a bunch of dummies. Okay, so here's the thing. And if you just go look into Think and Grow Rich, let me tell you something. There are 30 major causes of failure in life, and there are 11 failures to leadership. Do you know that Black men check off all 11 boxes? And do you know that Black men check off all 30 major failures of leadership? But you know what? Since Black men don't read nothing about leadership, they don't.
Black men.
That's what we are. Listen.
Why? Hold on, wait. And this is my problem with what she keeps saying. Because first she started with black men. This is misandry.
Black men.
First she started off with black men. Then she said, hold on.
Close it out, Sweeney. Close it out.
First she started with black men. Then she said black women and black men. So
but
now, I let you talk. Then you go right back to black men again. Why are you attacking black men?
Mr. Leggo just said follow your father, the male.
Damn, can you let the man talk? God damn it.
Hey, yo, we got to kill the yelling.
The reality
got to kill the yelling. Sweeney, then you get like a 10-second. I got to read the super chats, all right?
The reality is that black women don't want to follow black men, and that's fair. I'm not here to convince y'all to do otherwise. If you don't want to follow us, fair. But you sit over here trying to rap on black men about our leadership. Look, you're a woman. Go tell women how to be leaders then. Don't come over here into the space trying to teach us how to be leaders because we've been leading our damn selves and we've been doing a damn good job at it. Keep that shit over there. Ain't nobody trying to hear that bullshit.
All right. Priscilla gets a quick rebuttal, then I'm gonna read the super chat. You got a rebuttal?
How to eat coochie?
Keep that shit over there.
Come on.
I do that.
Uncalled for. Oh shit. She hit me. All right, never mind. I'm reading the super chat. Y'all too much. Y'all too much.
Let
My
me
man
tell
Bruiser in the
y'all
building.
how
Hey, Bruiser.
to eat
Hold on,
coochie.
y'all. Hold on.
I'll do it.
Let me tell y'all something.
Bruiser,
Eat the
you wanted
coochie
something
like
on this
this.
topic?
All I wanted to say was she was talking about men reading books on leadership. You can read whatever you want. If you don't put anything into action that you consume, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make. I can go out here and do stuff without reading a book in my life, and I can lead a group of people based off of my experience, my confidence, and what I've learned, and the fact that I got some value to offer a group of people. And the next person can go sit in the library and read books for years on leadership. But unless he go out there and apply it and he's got something to offer, it don't mean shit.
Yeah, but most men have no direction. They don't have any direction. So if they don't have any knowledge to start off with to apply, then they can't do nothing but act off of emotion and ignorance. So the first thing would be to do is to educate.
How do black men not have direction? How do black men not have direction?
Yeah, you know what?
How do
I
we
gotta
not
do it
have
to you now.
direction?
I gotta do it
Look
to
at
y'all.
your life then. Look at
We're
your
gonna go at this all night if I don't interject,
Sweeney,
y'all. But damn, if you just tuning
she's
in, welcome
causing
to the
divisiveness, and it's just
Don't
get
MLG, I'm
too
about to mute
upset, bro. This is
I'm
what she
not.
does.
This is just a trip to me, bro. It's just a
Yeah,
trip.
all
to
right,
me.
yeah.
I'm not upset.
He eats coochie
It's
and
funny.
Y'all gonna let me run the show?
Probably better than
Y'all gonna let me
y'all
run the show?
too.
That's what she
Probably
does.
better than you. Probably better than you.
I'm muting these. I'm muting everybody. All right, if you're just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Get those likes up right now. We got almost 1,500 people watching, not even 500 likes. Get those up to 1,000 right now. We got an all-star panel. It's only going to get better. Let me just tell y'all something. This is why I love intelligent black people, boy. This is about to be one hell of a dialogue. Y'all gonna make it one to watch tonight. I'm gonna tell you. Let's get to these super chats. Philosophical, $5. The average woman hasn't read a book on being a feminine woman either. This woman is goofy at best, and I would destroy her pseudo logic easily.
Kingdom Woman by Tony Evans. Get it.
Marcus Evans, $5. Y'all got the so-called queen maker spilling out nonsense on the panel. Can y'all see the hate? She hates black men.
Yeah, she's a misandrist.
She doesn't hate black men.
Nell
She
B,
has
$2.
bro.
Let her do
Hold
what
on,
she
y'all.
do.
Hold on, y'all.
We
Join us
accept
at
BG,
High Powered
we accept
Podcast.
her.
MLG. Aren't
We
you the
accept
one saying
BG,
that
bro.
everybody don't want to hear it? The pot, boy. I tell you. Join us at the High Powered Podcast. That's your podcast, Queen
Yeah,
Maker?
that's my
All
part.
right, ladies, Arc Life. That's your squad. They know what that means.
Mm-hmm.
BZ, $5. I get it now. Princella deep down wishes she was a man. Sorry, baby. Maybe in the next life. I had enough of this. Peace to the chat.
She wilding out here,
Morgan
bro.
Jones, $2. God, some delusional individuals. Queen NP or Queen P. My bad. Damn, maybe I need to go. That's Chanel. What's going on? All right, $20. Appreciate that. These weirdos in the chat calling Lady Di pick me when she has literally been picked. LOL. She's a whole wife, not a half a wife, a whole one. Y'all better get it right. Marcus Evans, $5. I'm willing to bet that if y'all summon the angry man, the so-called queen maker, will be scared in her soul and leave the panel. Is that true?
No, because as soon as you start talking, he just over talk. You can't get it. I ain't finna deal with that. I would drop the panel though. I sure would.
I can agree with
Red
you on
Iceberg,
that. That's the first thing
$2.
that hit my mind. He'll just start talking loud. Yeah, I agree. Shout out to Angry Man though.
Man, you don't want to pause with Angry Man MLG. You know he'll pop up for this, but you better stop.
Oh, that's my
All
guy.
right.
That's my guy. But he do be over talking people, and that's how he wins his arguments.
All right, Red Iceberg, $2. Princella does not display hate, and I had a daddy. Okay, don't know what that means, but my man. Dap DH Harris, $2. Summon the angry man. Oh, y'all must have had it out before or something.
Oh yeah, 6 years ago.
Okay.
And then he got on another panel that I was on, and I
Typical
dropped
male
the
trying to
panel.
bully a woman because your fragile ego can't handle the truth. Men are the ones failing.
That is not how you read super chat, Sweeney. Shut your silent ass up. Black Queen, $5. Typical male trying to bully a woman because your fragile ego can't handle the truth. Men are the ones failing women. Don't get it twisted.
Priscilla, do you feel like? Hold on, wait, Priscilla. Do you feel like we was trying to bully you? Do you feel like we were trying to bully you?
Man, I handle stuff like this all the time. I mean,
Man, I thought this was good dialogue.
No,
We
I
welcome
think,
you,
yeah,
Prince
I think it's cool. I ain't tripping.
So if she cool with it, we ain't trying to bully Priscilla, man.
Yeah.
Go on somewhere.
You are welcomed here.
The chat is live. So y'all don't even check it. Don't even check it. The chat is live as a motherfucker tonight. All right,
wilding out here.
$10 super sticker. Appreciate it. You are appreciated. Wowzers, $5. So since you all got the answers as to what it is to be a man, where should black men start? That's gonna start a whole nother hour conversation. Wowzers, we're gonna save that for another show.
The black
Rob,
man needs to start here.
Most evictions and they raising boys to be cis, and y'all complaining about the men you raised. So who's leading? Silverist, $5. The panel can't keep up with Princella. They are not intellectually ready for her. Still stuck in prehistoric thought.
Mr. Lego, that's what I was trying to get to.
Step lover again, $5. Most men on a standard deviation are stuck in I think she means physiological needs. Cannot give, just take. Men are not natural protectors or providers. Women are.
That makes literally no sense. That makes literally
What in
no
the
sense.
hell? Where do
You know I'm a manly ass man. That's why I'm like, never mind. I'm the host
This is
tonight.
Clean Makers fan base, y'all.
That's anecdotal.
Jacket on tonight.
Oh yeah, that's me. That's me. Yeah. I got a
sound like the lady who got hit with a brick. That's what it sounds like. The brick lady.
Sounds exactly like her
nickname.
out there. You know what's crazy about the brick lady though? First of all, she just conned a bunch of women out of $46,000.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Crazy.
But even if she didn't, she just talked about how she couldn't stand men and men ain't the protectors and everything like that. But when she was out there, there was women out there too. She ain't asked the women why ain't y'all jump in. She asked all the men.
So the break lady is one of your people, Princella?
No,
you taught her to do that?
No,
I'm like, whoa.
I guarantee you,
don't put that on me.
Whoa, I'm like, we about to start rumors like a motherfucker.
She's like,
on the scam
I'm the leader of these women. She said she's the leader of these women.
All right, let me get the rest into the live.
No, we were talking about the standard deviation comment.
I might get a few more super chats and I'm gonna get half after the next one. Caesar's Palace, $5. Princella, Spanish-speaking men make less than black men on average. Are you saying Spanish men are not leaders? Make it make sense. I am Yana, $5. Black men can't even lead the black community from under the power of white supremacy, wasting time being on a podcast arguing with us. Y'all
Who can do that? Who can do that?
Please show me what y'all been able to do.
I'm really tired of these comments.
I'm really trying to find out what y'all look like because y'all been in a great position and for the last 40 years.
Well, I will say no movement. Ain't no white man leading me.
But when black men were in leadership, we was making
average Chinese man.
Ain't no black man leading me either.
How about ain't nobody
job for 6-7 years?
When black men were in positions of leadership, we was moving a whole lot better than we are now. So I don't know what y'all talking about. Because black women have been leading for the last 40 years, and we ain't been doing too well.
Y'all know y'all not about to do it to me. Let me get these super chats, y'all.
Get the super chats.
Chronically beautiful, $20. What she says is males need to work on themselves, and ladies do too. Oh, finally, something non-toxic. Sugar bomb,
sensible.
I'm with
man.
that. I'm with that. That's the smart thing to do.
Long live the queen. Sugar bomb. I'm about tired of these $2 super chats. If you gonna show some love, we need that 20 ball. But no, we appreciate it.
Why is all your women broke?
They ain't broke. They give me money. They
just said somebody said something sensible and you took it back to the toxic. I'm gonna read one more, then we're gonna get half later. So $5. So red hoodie and gray can interrupt the ladies, especially P, but the ladies need to hush.
Yes. Hold on. The answer is yes, because they're women. Women sit their asses down somewhere.
All right. Dub will $5. Priscilla is educating us on how to become an expert at contradicting yourself and making circular arguments. All right, y'all. I'm still gonna get the rest of the super chats. I'm just gonna read the half after the next topic because y'all are dropping them in here. But we got an all-star panel tonight. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk on YouTube, the greatest show on earth. Please hit that like button. Those likes are disrespectful. Shout out to the sponsor, Tish Hanley. Link is down in the description. Y'all not even gonna like this next topic. This is a terrible one to have after we just had the one we just had, but we're gonna get into it. This should be good. Tyler Perry says women make more than their spouse. If he just pays the light bill, then that should be okay. Oh God, I don't even want to play it, but there's a video.
A lot of women, especially black women, and I might get in trouble for saying this, but I will. In in our society right now, black women are making a lot more money for the most part than black men, right? There are a lot of black men who are successful, but for the most part, black women are making the money. So if you can find love, if that man works, at whatever job and is a good man and is good to you and honors the house and honors his wife and does what he can, because his gift may not be your gift.
Exactly.
That is okay. That's not somebody who's beneath you.
Yeah.
That's somebody who came to love you at your worth, right?
Yes.
And as long as he's secure in himself to know that, yep, she makes most of the money, all I can pay is the light bill. As long as she's comfortable enough to say, I'm going to cover the mortgage and all the other stuff, you've handled the light bill, baby, you can take me to dinner every now and then. That is fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God.
That video is a.
Oh my God. Boy, oh boy, I want to reach through the screen and choke that.
This is the
Turtle
king
with
of
the
wig wearers right
Nope,
here.
nope,
Hold on, wait. No. Let's let them have it. Hold on. Black women earn more than black men. Let's start there. Let's let them have the argument. Let's let them have it.
We're going to
I
start with
wanna hear
Trev
this
on
shit.
this one. We're going to start with Trev, then
Come on,
Chanel.
Trev.
Trev, you got it, bro.
Well, first of all, this is not the dude to be taking any information from. I don't trust nothing that cat says. He is a panderer to the fifth power. All this dude does is pander, man, and he's in that network, so he's gonna say what he needs to say. Like, he can't be trusted. Anything he says, like this, he's not a representative of what a man is. He's not masculine. Like, the dude's barely a man. Like, this is somebody who Princella should be calling a male rather than a man. This guy, right? And these are the people who they push to the forefront. These are the people who get to be on TV. These type of fools. These dudes. Don't listen to nothing that idiot says. I'll just put it that way, right? And according to the data, I mean, I did a quick look real quick. It's not a grave disparity between black men and black women, not to the point where they are being leaders. And secondly, when black men earn money, typically, or men in general, because this goes beyond black men. This is men in general. When men get money, right, they think of ways to take care of the family, right? When women earn money, they generally think of ways to advance themselves. That's just how it goes. And that's fine, because I do believe that men should be providers, really, really. But women can't act like they are here providing for men. You're always going to have your outliners where you got a deadbeat. Maybe somebody just came home and they need somebody to lean on. But that's not the overwhelming majority. That's not how we get down as a people. Most of us are responsible. Most of us do take care of business. Most of us do earn money. And maybe we don't earn millions of dollars. There's some people who making 40,000, 50,000, but you can still work with that. That doesn't have anything to do with his character. That doesn't mean that he can't lead you as a family just because he's not making a certain amount of money. There's different lifestyles, but why is it that we feel like our happiness has to come through profit all the time? I understand that money is absolutely going to help you, but can you lead a family? Can you raise your children the right way? It's not all about the money. And men typically don't care about women's money anyway. I've never looked at a woman's money. I don't care what you make. I don't need your money. Men don't typically care about women's money.
Man, we can't get a goddamn sound effect.
What?
Oh.
Hey, Trey.
You're on mute.
No, a sound effect that represent that what you just said was some bullshit.
That's JR somewhere out.
Oh, word. Oh, word. Oh, word.
His signal, Jackson. But
go ahead.
I want to grant the argument that women out earn men. I want to hear what I want to see.
It's not factual, but I mean,
I know, but let's grant it. Let's just say that Tyler Perry is absolutely right. Let's grant the argument.
You got it.
So I don't know how to not take what he said personally, because I've just never been in a position where I out earned a man, and I personally don't think any woman finds that attractive, sexy, or would think that's the ideal situation to be in a marriage or a relationship. Yes, I do believe that men are more than their wallets, of course. However, to sustain a attraction in a marriage, I do believe a man being the provider is such a pivotal and foundational thing in a relationship. Yes, he has to have integrity. He should be a follower of God, all of those wonderful attributes. But him being a provider is one of the basic things of manhood that I believe that women love and respect. So I don't think a relationship that Tyler Perry is explaining or demonstrating here would ever be successful or at least beneficiary to the Black community.
All right. Who hasn't gone in a while? Lady Di, let's get you in there real quick. And then we're going to get Bruiser in there.
First of all, he was talking to, I think her name is Crystal Renee. She's in her 40s and never been married, don't have any kids. So that conversation is kind of weird to even be talking about. She don't have any experience and he doesn't either. He's not married. He can be, but he, chooses not to be, maybe because he's not a man. But at the end of the day, I don't know about that statistic about women making more than the man to pay the light bill and all this stuff. Because what I know is that I see a lot of men making more money than their lady at the same time. So I don't think that has nothing to do, like I said, with the leadership aspect. You could still hold your own and help raise your family and be a husband without having more money. Money is money. Money could be gone the next day. It doesn't change anything. So that's all I have to say.
Sugar Mike, can I share a video? If I hit the share, I think it'll show up. I think it has a lot to do. It'll help the conversation.
Can I get it when you're about to go? How long is it?
I could just play it. You could like, all right, that's enough.
Yeah, play it when he about to go.
Because if I hit present, it'll show up on the screen.
When you hit present and after Bruiser, you go and I'll play that.
Yeah.
It don't got no music
in
it.
No. No, it's something I've used before.
All right.
Want me to do it now?
No, let Bruiser go, and then you go next, and I'll play the video.
Do it after.
Okay. All right.
So thank you. Appreciate that, Trigger Mike. First of all, I'm not going to argue the stats. The stats are irrelevant because what Tyler Perry was talking about actually fixes a lot of problems when it comes to relationship dynamics. First of all, he stated something that was key. I'm sorry if y'all hear my son in the background.
You're a leader, bro.
Leader.
Comfortable enough. A woman who's comfortable enough for this type of dynamic, this type of situation. It's rare, but it's very acceptable given the problems that it can fix. That type of energy could lead to the downfall of female hypergamy. And the problems it fixes entitlement issues. It fixes women trying to get in a relationship solely for financial stability. It also eliminates a gold digging and materialistic mentality. It increases the marriage rate. Men will be more compelled to get married because the fear of divorce will be gone because of alimony and loss of assets wouldn't be an issue anymore. So any of these women out here that's bringing this energy, that wanna take care of your man. I mean, it like I said, underlying comfortable enough. A lot of women ain't comfortable enough to do it, but for those who are comfortable enough to do that, more power to you. More power to you. It'll make some drastic changes, and I guarantee you, a lot of men have been longing for years. And that's just my 2 cents on that. Go ahead with your video. Let go.
All right, here we go. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, because I don't see it.
All right.
Nope, I don't see it. It didn't pop up on my present.
Hold on, let me see. What is it doing?
Did you do add video file?
So you don't see it in the back? I have it.
No, I don't see it. Oh, no, I don't see it.
Security in the U.S. since the pandemic is on track. Housing security in the U.S. since the pandemic is on track to become a crisis, and Black women are being affected the most by it.
Hold on. Take it down, bro. I don't think we can play that. I don't think we can play that one. Take it down.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I played it on mine before.
I don't think we can play that one. But
okay. But it talks about the Black woman being the most evicted. It showed.
You got the floor. Go ahead. You got it.
So
then Curves.
Okay. So overall, the number one most evicted people in the last 5 years is 65 and older adults. The second group most evicted in the last 5 years is Black women. And that video was literally about to break it down right then and there. She literally says Black women are the most evicted. All right. Over 3 million Black women have been evicted in the last 3 years, I believe, or 2 years. But all together, y'all could be the most educated all y'all want to, but y'all are about to have to start paying y'all school debt in October, and y'all are already broke and homeless, and now you got to pay your car note. You got your little 2 Pookie babies that you had by Pookie, so he ain't paying you no child support, and now you got to pay your student loans while you live in your car. So you ladies can run around saying y'all are the most educated all you want to, but y'all are also the second behind old people, the most evicted.
All right, let me get a few super chats in there, Curves, and then because they're coming in hot. All right, Patrice, PSG, $5. P is saying we need to educate ourselves on being better leaders, and you guys are fighting against it. Rocks for brains.
No,
Mac, my man, $5. Leadership is based on morals, integrity, beliefs before education. I actually agree with that. Marcus Evans, $5. Sun Tzu, damn, I think I said that right. Didn't read a book on leadership, and he's one of the greatest strategists of all time. What is she talking about? Sun Tzu, not War and Peace.
Art of War.
Art of War. God, I said War. Tolstoy is War and Peace. I'm stupid. All right. Giggles, $20. And I didn't read that whole book. I'm not going to cap. That shit was long. Black men need to stop worrying about why Black women aren't following and respecting men, yet Black men don't even follow or respect one another. Why should we let Black men lead us when they haven't shown they can be effective leaders among each other? I know you want to answer that, Sweeney.
No, I don't want to answer that. I'm going to say this. The reason why the conversation about leadership is even a thing is because Black women keep talking about how they need a leader. They need a leader. Black men didn't come out the woodworks talking about we need our women to follow us. That didn't start with us. That whole thing didn't start with us. It started with women saying, oh my God, where are all the Black men at? And we kept saying, y'all not following the right ones. Well, we don't have any good leaders. Oh, well.
Because I keep choosing
leaders.
Because I really want to read this super chat. Let me continue. Let go. Do you regret eating her ass?
Shout out to Hink. I'll read it myself. Shout out to Hink, the basement. He said, let's go. Let's go. Do you regret eating her ass? Respectfully, I don't know if you're into that, but he's referring to you. So you can DM me if you want to, Princella, if you into that.
Okay.
We have a contest if you don't want me to do it to you, but we
it wasn't a no, MLG. Hit her in the
girl over here, and then I have a girl over here, and we can just get to it.
It wasn't a no.
Okay.
Black Queen.
Somebody said Black women are even on the streets are earning money. Black men are
the prostitution.
Okay, all right, I'm not going there. Black Queen $5 says, stop trying to silence Princella. Get your egos in check and listen to logic and facts. Spoon Zaza, $5 Canadian. I just logged in and this bitch already capping. I'm logging off. Bye. Silver is $5. Not one man on this panel has demonstrated leadership. This thing speaks for itself. Silverist, as a man on this panel, I'm going to say, how the hell do you know?
How do you display leadership on the panel?
Do you follow me around in real life? The fuck? All right.
No, what she meant was we should have just let Priscilla just spew that bullshit and not say anything.
Exactly.
And sit here with a stoic look on our face. And sit here with just a stoic look on our face and feel unbothered because that's what leaders do. We sit
what
there.
She needs to be saying is not one man on a panel has what is she doing?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just talk.
Every man on this panel is either married or been married. Every man on this panel. Just that's what we talk about. Right. Men on the panel.
Jackie, $2. Look at what decades of following men has done. Yeah, I ain't been following men. What the fuck are you talking about? Look at what decades. Hold up. Look at what decades of not following men.
What is that? What is that supposed to be?
Oh, that's right. Y'all ain't familiar with books and actual stuff back there. I'm sorry.
If you don't get the fuck out of here, I'm like, you trolling. Get the fuck out of here with that. All right.
So we showing bookshelves.
He
wasn't really looking.
Hold on.
Got him.
Right,
Yeah, they were looking.
Let me show off my.
That was the first time I was on the big screen.
Books.
Hey, Trigger Mike.
Trigger, right here. How about that?
I'm almost there, Mr. Lego.
I'm
about 30 pounds away.
Right here, y'all.
Hey, Trigger Mike. The irony is that all the books on her shelf belong to men, so she's getting all her leadership from the men. She say that.
Yeah. And now one of them is by a black man. Woo, damn. Yeah.
So it is true.
Yeah. Hold on.
Let me get a few more. Then we gonna chop it up. All right, Marcus Evans. Her hatred of black men is strong. Who hurt her? Come on.
No, she does not hate black men. She just has.
My man, sophisticated jerk. Y'all check out his channel.
Hey, we know what Miss Andrew look like when we see her.
Hold on. Observation is the best tool to become a leader. I agree with that shit too. From a proven leader. The real Pookie, my man, $2. All hail the queen. Pookie, shut your ass up. We're gonna have to talk later about that. I don't know if he's trolling or he's serious. Dap DH Harris, $2. Let go, you over talk. All right, I'm gonna get to the rest later. I haven't forgot about y'all. Please get those likes up. Curves, sorry that took so long. You got the floor. Do you know the context of the discussion?
Of course not.
No, I do not. I dropped.
Tyler Perry, you can get it without.
I was just about to give us some credit.
Hold on. Tyler Perry says, hold on. Tyler Perry says women make more than their spouse, and says if he just pays the light bill, then that should be okay. So basically, what he's saying is women can make more than men, but even if you find a good man and he's good to you and he has morals and he doesn't make that much, even if he just pays the light bill, that should be okay. Do you agree? What you got?
Absolutely the fuck not. Why is he only paying the light bill? What? I don't really have much to say on this topic. That sounds insane. No. I don't even like the dynamic of that whole situation.
That's what Princella was saying earlier. Same thing.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make any sense. And let's be completely honest. If a man is making less than a woman, he's going to feel away, which means he's going to treat her away.
Don't speak for me.
Anytime.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm not speaking for men. I'm speaking purely off of what we have seen, history, facts, just regular people, relationships. You're telling me you've never met a woman who does better than a man, and he's never tried to make her feel bad about it, and now she's questioning herself, and he's trying to humble her because he feels insecure because he's not making more. That's where
absolutely
it becomes
not.
an issue.
You know what I will say? Hold on, quick rebuttal. Curve. Hold on, y'all. Quick rebuttal, Curve. So I'm doing this thing where I try to remember, like, we have to differentiate what traditional Western people have done from what Black people are doing and or have done. Black men in particular, 70% of them alive today were raised solely by a single mother. That means the Black man is the least likely to be intimidated by a woman having her own shit. So I don't think that applies to Black. You might be talking about white men or somebody, but that doesn't apply to Black men. I'm sorry. Black men, such as myself, put their woman in position to make what she makes. I'm just saying.
You said Black. I'm sorry. Did you say Black men put them in a position to make what she makes?
Hold on. I had a rebuttal, but since I'm married in real life, I'll share my thoughts. All right. People who are married and or together. Hold on. People who are married and or together. All right. Their finances do this. Throughout the course of their relationship, they do this. And what you'll more often find when people are together is that woman became who she is off the back of the provision of her man. He held the bills down so you could go to school. I'll take all this so you could do that. Oh, you want to put some money in this? Get the job and put all your money in that and keep trying it till it works. That is how most women who are married and or in a relationship gain that status.
Absolutely.
In other words, women to a certain degree are parasitic by nature. So when they actually do something or get something, it's off the backs from men.
Hell no, you niggas.
You didn't have to take it there.
Hold on. It's still Curve's turn. Let's let her.
I
Let's
was
let her
never
get it.
even finished.
Go ahead, Curve.
Yeah, my bad. Let's let
You
Curve
niggas,
finish.
this is the problem. you niggas get a goddamn mic and you guys just get to saying anything. You really get to saying it. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't have to be any facts behind it. No, there's no facts behind anything y'all are saying. Y'all are just saying it because it sounds good. I actually said something that
I
is actually
shared
true,
the
and all
whole
y'all
video
you
on
just started
fact.
laughing.
What fact do you have that says that men are intimidated by women?
And I shared a video.
I never said. Hold on. I never said that. I never said that. I never used the word. I never said that. I said women are doing better than men. Men begin to treat women a certain way. So don't pretend that men are okay with being with the woman that makes more.
What fact do you have to back that up? Versus,
real life.
Wait.
Human
Hold on, wait.
Wait, you just said that
I'm asking a whole question.
Y'all gotta let her answer. Y'all gotta let her answer.
Y'all can't all talk at the same time.
Real life is not a fact.
All right, Sweeney asked the question, then Curves, you got it.
Let me finish the question, Curves. What fact do you have to back that up, that claim up? In retrospect to the fact that Trigger Mike also said something about how black men behave in relationships, how do you get to come out and say something that with no facts to back it up and then question Trigger Mike when he comes out and says something that opposes that? And then say, y'all just get on here and just talk shit. What's the difference between what you just did and what Trigger Mike just did?
Crickets.
First of all, what Trigger Mike just did was went on the complete opposite side. At first, he was just talking about women making more than men. Then he went to talk about how women are really successful because it's off the back of men's back. What the fuck are we even talking about anymore? I'm lost. Can y'all?
He was speaking to. I gotta miss the. He was speaking to against when you said that black men often feel not intimidated, but they often start to feel some type of way when they women out earn them, and they don't know how to behave in these relationships where they women out earn them. And he,
you know what? Let me do something better. Let me.
Wait! I got you.
But you're not saying anything.
No, wait. You didn't even let me finish. You didn't even let me finish. Hold on. And what he said in response to that was, oftentimes men aren't, first and foremost, men come from single mother households, so we automatically are dispositioned to seeing women in leadership or in positions where they do earn more than us. So you would never see a man intimidated in that way, shape, or form. But also, he even said that a lot of women within marriage relationships often tend to be able to get where they get because men sacrifice for them.
What he's saying is that men, there's no way men can feel intimidated if most of their degrees or their success is coming off of their backs. There's no way for them to be intimidated over something they help create.
Exactly. And what he's saying, I hear what he's saying. What he's saying is some bullshit. Let's just ask the man on the panel right now. Let's go to you because you're a married man. If your wife is making $250,000 a year and you are just making $50,000, are you gonna? Do you think that it treats you any differently?
Cause your phone is working off the back of bad Wi-Fi.
Hold on, who is she?
Who are you asking?
You asking you.
If your wife made more money,
can you guys hear me now?
Yes. If you make $250 and you make
5 men, there's 5. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men. 5 men on the panel.
I'm not acting funny.
Right. Yes.
I married a woman with those credentials for a reason, knowing exactly what her success would be. I'm not that inept.
Hey, Curves for life. I will say this. I can understand what you're saying. There's a lot of guys, and if we sit here and act like it's not true, then we're making ourselves out to be a lie. There's a lot of guys who if they do, join with a woman who out earns them, there is a insecurity. Because a lot of women oftentimes don't want to. Right. There's oftentimes women don't want to submit to a man that doesn't provide that's not on the same socioeconomic level as them. That's why I try to point out a hypergamous nature earlier in the points I had earlier. And if we sit here and act like that's not true, then we doing a disservice to the people that's listening. There's a lot of guys that may get jealous or they feel like they don't have enough power. I feel like a lot of guys get a lot of power and confidence from being able to carry their household. And I haven't really pinpointed why it's like that. But it seems to be like that by design.
Well, it's biological. It's biological. So have we noticed that everything that women have today, and let me say this, and then we'll pass it to I think Priscilla, and then everything that women have today is a culmination of what they asked for. You asked for these rights, you got them. You asked for these jobs, you got them. You see what I'm saying? So remember that everything you have is also something that men allowed to happen.
But
we can end it. We can end it tomorrow.
But Trigger
so
Mike,
we actually in mass don't care that you have it. Yeah, go ahead.
But Trigger, right? You and I are both married to our wives. If our wives out earn us, I wouldn't feel jealous. I wouldn't feel insecure because I know that my wife is not she's not sustaining her connection to me because of my ability to provide more than her. So I wouldn't feel insecure. And I think that a lot of guys feel more insecure is because they lead with their wallets. They lead with their ability to provide, to protect. And if they're not doing that, then they feel like, oh, that they already bought into like the fact that I can't out earn this woman. She's not gonna be here long.
Well, we also got to understand this. Like I said, this is what people need to do. And we need to teach because we're married in real life. And then we're going to get to Priscilla after this. This is what people's finances actually do throughout the course of their marriage. If you're married to a working woman and an educated woman. All right. So there's very few cases, go ahead and look it up, where a woman will out earn her man throughout the entirety of their life. Put a block of 40 men work till we die. Basically, we work close to our death date. I've been working since I was 15 years old and I haven't stopped. My wife has stopped multiple times for multiple reasons, but she stopped multiple times. And most women will stop and take breaks multiple times. As is their nature. I'm not faulting them for it. So we got to be realistic when we say this. All right.
Hold on, wait. She did ask a question to the men on the panel. So I want all the men to actually answer that question. So Trev, your woman out earns you. How are you feeling about it?
Bruce, I'm gonna swap.
It's not gonna make me feel. It won't make me feel any kind of way at all. And the reason why is because I know that I offer so much more than that. I offer true leadership. I have the qualities that are necessary to be a man beyond the money. Sure, I do earn, but that's not me. That's not enough. I do so much more than that. I provide so much more than a monetary gain. That's not what I need to define who I am as a man. So the only men who would feel secure are men who are lacking that. If you don't have the attributes to match your money, then maybe you might be insecure. But if you are a man and you know that you are a man, you understand she's going to respect you. And it, like Bruce was saying, if you lead with your wallet, that's how you're going to end up. It is what it is.
So let me answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Throughout my marriage, we was together for about 10 years. It was times I actually didn't even know how much she made because it didn't make sense. But it was a situation where I got fired from a job, didn't have a job, found another job. So I'm quite sure through that time, nothing changed. I paid the mortgage, I paid this, and she paid utilities. Nothing changed. Ran the household like normal. So it was a certain amount of time. You gotta remember, I had no idea how much she made because I didn't care. We're gonna do what we do, how we do it. She put her money in savings or whatever. I made her 401k, savings account, stocks. I made her do what she needed to do for her. So shit hit the fan, she'll be good, and then we end up divorcing for real. So all together, it was a time when she made more money than me and not one thing changed. But overall, I never really knew or cared about how much my ex-wife made when we was together. She was a manager of a big company, and I'm quite sure she made as much or more than me either a lot of times or one time in particular. Nothing changed.
All right. Let me answer the question. So now we got four.
Go ahead, Sweeney, real quick.
We got 4 men so far that's answered Curve's question, and all of us, and most of them have already said no. They will not be intimidated or feeling type of way. Me and my person, I just told y'all, I'm a barber. My wife's a hairstylist. She is already, by design of our job, her job literally pretty much puts her in a position where she's going to out earn me at given points in our lives, because hairstylists naturally out earn barbers. And I don't feel intimidated at all. We do together. Everything we do together. That's how we was able to buy a home together. That's how we was able to get where we are together. So no, I personally would not feel intimidated. And I've never met a man, because I actually did ask this question to a bunch of men. Matter of fact, I asked the question for about a week straight, saying about 60 clients that week. And then I went and talked to a bunch of other barbers around in the salon suite. And every last one of them said one or two things. They either said no, they would not feel any type of way about it, or two, they will find a way to make some more money, but they will not feel no type of way about the woman, treat her any old kind of way, or treat her any differently because she out earns him. And I'll ask the men that question. So I don't know where, and I get it, because Kurz may be speaking from a position of the type of, the women that she speaks to, they might be speaking from experience where they're saying like, hey, look, when I was with this guy, he when I was making money, he was trying to humble me and things like that. And I get it. However, you have to also talk to men, because men will also tell you like, hey, look, no, we don't feel no type of way. But then again, you will also hear men tell you, hey, there's been times where I dealt with a woman, and just because she got a little bit more money than me, she started treating me some type of way. I don't get why we always come to these conversations and these debates as if we're not doing to one another. If we understand, I understand what Kurz is saying when she says, hey, there's some men out there that sit there and will treat a woman some type of way. All I ask is that you come to the other side and understand, hey, look, we come from the same position too. We get treated some type of way when men earn less than their women. And we need to stop. And that's kind of what Tyler Perry was speaking to, is that, and I'm glad Bruiser pointed it out, is that it takes people humbling themselves to be able to create that type of dynamic, because that's what our grandparents did. And that's why their marriages lasted longer, because they understood the assignment. We don't.
I was going to say, to Curve's point, I've seen actually in person a guy act a certain way because the lady was making more money or getting more attention. And those type of men are not men at all.
No.
That type of guy is somebody that shouldn't even be in a marriage, shouldn't even be in a relationship at all. My husband paid for both of my degrees, and he does not care less if I make more than him, because the degree that I have is going to probably make more than him, unless he gets a degree in a sense that is going to be higher than mine. But I'm talking about the major we're talking about. All majors and career choices that people make, naturally, some of them is not just going to make a lot of money. There's some people who get a bachelor's degree in psychology, right? But you got to keep going up and get a doctorate to make serious money. Some people stay at a certain level, right? Because maybe they have different career choice. Maybe they want to do business. It's a lot of ways to make money. But at the same time, when you married, everything goes in one account. One account. You split it, and you pay your bills, and you do things that you have to do together. So it's not about that when you're in a marriage. Now, if you single and all this other stuff, and then you're maybe a little bit older, okay, you might want a certain lifestyle. So you could go get that, but it's different when you're older. But when you starting from, when you're younger, you date, you get in a relationship, you get engaged, you get married, this conversation is not just for the younger crowd. We got to make sure that when we're talking about making money, we got to make sure we're explaining it right for which crowd, which group category we're talking about. Because when you're younger, you should be building. But when you're older, you still should be building, but you still should have a level of status at the same time. If you're 30 years old and you didn't, let's say, get a career choice that you like, and you're not making anything, and you want, on the couch with your mom in your mom's house, then that's a failure. You shouldn't be 30 years old doing that. So we got to talk about age group at the same time when we talk about these conversations.
All right, let me trim these super chats down, Priscilla. You got it next. Then we go on to Ali. Dap DH Harris, let go. You over talk.
You already read that one.
Oh, damn. Lisa Virgo, $5. None of the men in the panel gave you a reason to follow them. And you can read that from a panel? Okay. Reese Anderson, $2. Can't eat. Whoa, what is going on tonight? Can't eat that.
This is something
black
else.
men aren't enough. Y'all wildin'. Reese, my man, $2.
Hold on, what did it say? I looked away. Can't what? What did it say?
Don't fight white supremacy. They sleep with it. Oh, no. Black Lexicon, $5. I don't mean to intentionally throw water on hot grease, but the question begs to be asked. Can a woman be a leader? Mammies are...
Hold on, wait. No, you got to let that marinate. Priscilla.
No. We'll get...
I want to know. I want to know.
She's next. It's your answer. She's next. $2. You men are too busy competing with women to lead them. Black Beauty, what's up, sister? $2. Lady Di, your braids. I can't do that lady thing that y'all do. Your braids, 100. All right. Journey Me TV, $5. Appreciate it. Black men are also sleeping with white supremacy. What the and do actually more to do it more. So y'all going at each other in the with super
Boy, they
chats? That's
going
crazy.
at it in the chat, bro. These,
Ashley,
man,
€5.
You got some
The
fire.
Game, 41 Shades of Men, The Pursuit to Subdue and Use You, book by Princella Clark. Read it, ladies. Love you, Princella. They advertising your books. That's what's up. Maya Moon, $5. Trev repeated what Tyler Perry said and affirmed it. I don't know. The Black Intellectual, $5. The black men that black women don't want make more than them. And then the black men they do want don't make stable money. That's why they're always complaining. It's kind of true, but we've already affirmed that tonight. My man Ikene, what's going on? $5. Black women make more on paper, but black men earn more. If black men should disclose their income, they would far out earn black women by miles. All right, trim those down a little bit. Princella, you got the floor.
All right. Okay. So I'm just gonna make the comment on the I hear echo. I'm just gonna make a comment on the leadership thing real quick. Okay. I hate to break it to you though. All of the leadership characteristics and traits, they come from the nature of a woman. And yeah, but that's just neither here nor there, but you can go read that yourself.
All right, so go ahead.
Yeah. You was gonna say something?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I am very well read on the leadership traits of women, and women are actually creative. They're industrious. They're hardworking as men. Do you know the one trait they lack?
What's that?
Decisiveness. That's why men are in charge. Continue.
No, that's not true. But we can talk about that later. Let me get to
I'm just trolling. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me get to
the disagree with you on that one.
Yeah, no, let me get to the Tyler Perry thing. Okay. So Tyler Perry suggested that women date down or just accept. Okay. So if we just strip it all the way down to the biology, because you got to look at it first and foremost. Okay. The male's biological nature, his entire objective biologically is to get his genes into another body, which is a woman, right? So he does the pursuing, right? The women accept or choose out of these guys. Okay. So the nature of a woman, biologically, females all around nature, including women, they are resource dependent, not male dependent. And the original resources that we use, planet Earth provided, right? So now you get into structure or social structure where you have marriage and all of this stuff. So what the elites did is they took over nature's resources and created an artificial resource called fiat currency. And they created these artificial structures and put humans in them. And then they gave those artificial resources to males to put them in control over women. And this is where the problem comes in. Women are a natural resource to men, right? They're just like cars, money, all of these objects.
No.
No.
No,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Let it finish.
No. Yeah, because see, I didn't interrupt. Now one of y'all and all y'all got a chance to talk without being interrupted by nobody. Let's not do that to me. I don't care if y'all getting triggered because this is a fact.
Go ahead, Priscilla.
Right?
Go ahead. Okay. You gotta hear this.
Right. So this is a fact, right? Females are resources to men. Point blank, period. So since that's the case, y'all need women.
Let her finish, Winnie.
You need women for everything. You need women for sex. You need women for encouragement. You need women for family. You need women for everything that you can think of. So because of that, you can laugh all you want to, right? Because y'all, you wasn't laughing when nobody else was talking. So I know I'm hitting the nail right on the head. Go ahead. Hold that. Put your mic on mute.
I don't have to mute. Just go ahead.
All right. Okay. All right. So since y'all need women for everything, a woman would be dumb to allow a male to come in with nothing. Right? Yeah. Ain't nobody got time to be y'all mama. Ain't nobody got time to be giving you your greatest biological reward, which is sex, children, family, and all of that. Hey, that's just the bottom line. So I don't encourage women to allow men in their lives on some pretense of love, because the reality is, because I'm the one out here telling women that men are incapable of love. So men can't love you, and they need you for everything. You better not accept them for nothing, not to just pay a light bill and they getting all these other rewards. Nah, I reject that.
All right. My man Ali, welcome.
How you doing, my brother?
I'm good, man.
How's everybody doing today? How was everybody doing today?
Oh, we got the preachers
that,
wisdom.
Hey, Ali. Good to see you.
How you doing, my sister? So what are we attacking? Are we attacking who's the most in poverty? Who's the greatest leader? Like, what are we attacking? What is the main?
I don't know, bro.
So the panel, go ahead. You know the context?
I came in late, but I got to see some of the leadership part and about who earns more, right? Who earns,
Yeah,
right?
so Tyler Perry basically said that he thinks women earn more and they should just accept that, and that they should be okay with finding a man who is morally and just a good man, basically. And even if he makes less, they should get with him and be good with it. They should be okay with that.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go in, right? Let's say this first. We know what Tyler Perry does. He makes movies where he's simping and always making men look like they're the worst person in history and making women look like they're the best person in history, and not taking anything from what Tyler Perry is saying. But let's say this: 70% of Black fathers who live with their children are the most likely to bathe, dress, change, or help their child with the toilet every day, right? Compared with any other race of men. So we know the fathers are with their children, contrary for what society's pushing. Now, when we go to finances, the only person the Black woman makes more than is the Native American woman, right? So when you look at student loan, this is another thing where we advise a lot of men not to do is married women who are college educated, because Black women own a disproportionate amount of the $1 trillion student debt. They are the highest debt owners with student debt, 40% more than white women. Okay, single fathers are more likely than single mothers to be living with a cohabiting partner as well too. They make it their motive to make sure they get with someone else, contrary to strong independent women who don't need men, right? Which we push all day, right? Household without fathers are 4 times more likely to live below the poverty belt. Okay, that's one thing. Second, not only are they leading in being in poverty, they're leading in, when Black women, we already know, we stated, was leading in homelessness. But did y'all even know that 70% of nursing homes are resident to women? So the family is also abandoning a lot of women because of their behaviors in the past generations, which we don't speak about. I know somebody on this panel said that men are incapable of love, but let's say this one thing we didn't address. It don't matter how much money you making. It matters what you're doing with that baby. It matters what you're doing in a household with a family. So let's break that down. Single mother households are 5 more times likely to commit suicide than children from both unbroken households and single father households. 9 times more likely to drop out of high school. 10 times more likely to abuse chemical substances. 14 times more likely to commit rape. 20 times more likely to end up in prison, and 32 more times likely to come from a runaway home. Single mothers households also account for 70% of all teen pregnancies, 70% of all child murders, and they account for the majority of the killing of babies. Most of the women are killing babies, which means a child living in a single mother household is most likely to be a murderer with their parent. So if we look at the stats, the worst place for a Black child or a child is to live with a single mother in 2003. So if we're going to address reality, which a lot of people on this panel love data, especially my great sister, the Queen Maker, and says men are incapable of. The worst place for a child to live is with a single mother. They lead their kids to disaster, and all the data proves it. And I'll rest.
All right. That was a download. I'm still downloading all that data. God damn. All right. Precious, go to you.
I think that women are naturally hypergamous. However, what Tyler Perry was talking about is something that no woman of today's day and age is really going to go for, unless there is a tight bond connection with her and this man. I remember interviewing Judge Lynn Toller, and she goes, you know, you're not Beyonce, you don't get Jay-Z, you know, you're just not the ish, so you don't get the ish. You know what I mean? Women work. There are women who work and make more than men. I know people who the wife makes more, the dad or the husband doesn't make as much, but there's a contribution that he's putting in that she's not. There's something that he's providing that she's not. And like Ali was talking about family, we see men as dollar signs when there's way more to family and the family lifestyle than money. Most women who don't want men to make less than them only want the men for what they can provide for them monetarily. They don't want to put in the work to actually have a family. They don't want to put in the work to actually cook meals every single day. They don't want to put in the work to actually do the housework and not outsource it. They don't want to put in that work. They just want to, how much you making? How much can you give me? How much can you deposit into my bank account? They're not really there because there is a love that they're going to share for a lifetime. Because we all know that women file for divorce way more than men do because they're not happy. So what Tyler Perry is talking about is not something that's going to happen in today's society. Women are always going to look for the men who are making more than them because they're not satisfied with their home dynamic. They're not satisfied with the person that they chose, because if you chose him, you should have chose him for more than just money. And that's why women are getting divorced, because you don't like who you chose. You don't love who you chose. And that's your fault as a woman. Because if he only had to pay the light bill, would you still be with him? Would you still love him? Would you still honor him as the man in your relationship? Probably not.
Lord
All right.
Jesus. Lord Jesus.
Somebody want to say something? I'm about to get these super chats.
Bro,
Boy, they
read the
coming
super
in.
chats, bro. Read the super chats.
Chanel, you have something real quick?
I was just gonna quickly say, I don't think like wanting a man who provides is something that women are just now discovering. I think that is something that is very natural. But I do agree with what Precious is saying. I do believe that I think in today's society, we're putting that focus in the forefront where there's way more qualities that women, we're dropping the ball in how we pick our men. But that doesn't mean that we have to put providership at the waist. I don't even know if providership is a word, but we have to put that on the waist side. That is still something that is key and important. And I do think that most men should strive to be the providers in their home.
I got a question. Hold on, let me just say this. I think women, due to whatever reason, feel like the only thing that they can grasp onto and take back home with them after a relationship is being provided for or money. And I don't see that as a problem. But what the problem actually is, the fact that women go after monetary value when it comes to what Priscilla said, because I see this, that's why I said, oh hell, because I seen that video when you said women are like equipment. You said all kinds of dumb shit, and I'm like, what? But what you're saying is just get paid for it. And that's some pimp prostitute bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So wherever you're leading these women to, that's, you talking about people are leaders, you're leading them into hell, because you're literally telling these women to go prostitute themselves out. Because I seen the video of what you're saying. Women are like,
you clip, first of all, you edited my video. Okay, you edited my video because you cut it and you didn't put the whole thing in there. Let me tell you something. I'm not telling. As a matter of fact, people are upset with me because women are closing their legs to y'all. Okay, so I'm not telling. No, whoa. I am not telling women to go sell their bodies for no crumbs. What I'm telling women over here is how men see y'all and how much value you have, that you ain't supposed to let no man in your life for nothing. And so they're raising the bar, and the majority of the men ain't even gonna be able to get to their level. So
raising the bar, how?
Hold on.
Let her finish. Let go. Let her finish.
Yeah,
let
me finish. Let me tell you something.
Everybody be quiet. You raising the bar, how though?
No, let her finish. Just let her finish.
Shut up, bro. Don't stop.
I ain't shutting up nothing. Let her finish.
I want to know.
Listen,
hey, Ali, let them go. Let them go. Go ahead.
Okay, let me tell you
something. My question is, raising the bar, how?
Listen, y'all need women to be on the ground to be submissive to y'all. See, y'all don't care about education or none of that, but baby, I teach personal development and I teach women not to submit to y'all. Okay, listen, that's raising the bar, because y'all need women to be on the ground. Y'all need women to be deaf, dumb, and blind about male behavior. See,
why are you speaking for us?
Whoa. I give y'all. I ain't interrupted now one of y'all.
Trigger Mike.
Let her finish, y'all. Let her finish.
Let her fit, bro.
Let go. You're not gonna say
y'all.
Bro.
Comment hate when we do this.
Trigger Mike, can I direct
you? Right, so the comments hate when we do this. We're gonna let her finish her whole statement, then I'm gonna let y'all go. But please finish.
So my question is, you said raise a bar, money wise, how? That's
okay.
one question.
No, okay. All right. Now I'm going to answer the question, and you're going to accept my answer the way I give it to you. If you don't see this being a raising the bar, then it doesn't matter. But I'm telling you what's raising the bar. First and foremost, women have been deaf, dumb, and blind about male psychology and male behavior. I put them in the know about y'all's nature and who you are, so that they know how to distinguish or decipher who is who and why they're approaching them. Okay. Then I teach women to get in tune with their authentic self and not to submit to men. I teach them to educate themselves. I give them, I walk them through these books. I have a book club. I teach them personal development. I teach them the occult. I teach them how to connect with other women, right? And build themselves up, build up their finances, and commune with other women. I'm not pushing no black family unit. I'm not pushing marriage. I'm not pushing none of that. Okay.
Wow, that's
trust me. Let her finish. Let her finish. Trust me.
Yeah.
Shut up, bro.
That's
shut up. You interrupting her. Let her finish.
All right, Ali.
Hey, Trigger Mike, how you gonna let him
keep
doing
mute
this?
This dude?
No.
I ain't disrespecting. Why you can't
I gotta let me get this.
Trigger Mike, how you not addressing that?
Why am I triggering the
panel? No, I'm telling both of y'all gotta stop with the chat.
How you saying both of us?
Can you shut up so she can finish?
Right. No, I'm saying Ali, if you keep going, he's gonna keep going.
Shut the hell up.
I'm just talking, y'all. I'm just talking.
All right, Trigger Mike. All right.
If you go,
he's the host, brother. No, you can stop him. Just tell him to stop.
Go ahead, Priscilla.
All right, y'all. Hold on.
Okay.
My man Derek T, member for 22 months, 1,500 strong. Appreciate that. Civilian, $2. Thank you for that. Jay Daniels, what's going on? Appreciate it. The same bird brains who said they were strong and independent for 50 years now expect for you to pay the bills. Why? Because they are broke.
And home.
Yamanomics, Lifestyle Elevation Podcast, $5. Peace to the Queen Maker. Put some respect on the mother effing name. The black woman, I ain't saying that shit. Bow down. All right. Black Intellectual, $5. Also, that's why 55% of black-owned businesses are owned by black men. But they're not ready for that conversation. Marcus Evans, $5. We got the GOAT Bruiser back in the building. The needed return. You got fans, Bruiser. See through you, $5. I see these men are concerned with Princella's skills instead of clowning. Ask her for some tips. Chad Poole, $5. Women that are really submissive will give 100% of her money to her husband all in one pot. He manages the finances like the Asian and Indian women do. Chicky Chick, $5. You can't be a leader without paying the bills. You have to pay the cost to be the boss. YKS, $2. I guarantee she used to get flipped. I don't know who you talk about. Sugar Bomb, what's going on? $2. The other women look salty. Go, Princella. Y'all toxic, boy. Marcellus Davis, what's going on? Member for 9 months. Chat family, let's get them likes up. Please get those likes up. My man, this might be risky. What's going on, man? Just tuned in. Much love, Trigger Mike. Welcome back. Bruiser has missed the let go, been being good. Of course not. Of course not. Gletty, $50. Princella for the win. You got fans. Of course you do. Black Man Unfiltered, my man, $5. The Stud Maker is, goddamn it. The Stud Maker is creating more and more bull daggers by the day. I'm gonna have to get a dictionary. Y'all, 2023, y'all
The single mother maker.
yo, y'all are Roxy B, $5.
Hold on, let me
All
say
hail
this.
the queen.
I can't be the single mother maker because, see, I can't get them pregnant, though. See, I can make them feel good, but I can't do what y'all do.
I
See,
guess we
can't
walk
abandon
right
them.
into that one.
Yeah.
I guess we walk right into that one.
Oh my God.
Roxy B, $5. All hail the queen. The rest of you are under white supremacy and its byproduct patriarchy and religion. Need to bow down, bow ninja. You can't lead. Wolf in Beta Clothes, $2. Yes, black men fought in every war to make black women free. Chakra Khan 2, $5. Stop selling men podcast equipment. The High Power Podcast. This panel is very funny. Delulu. Giggles, $5. Princella is too intellectual for this panel, and they keep cutting her off. Good night, y'all. She wasn't pleased with that. Wolf and Beta Clothes again, $5. If women know and believe money doesn't make the man, why are they defining what a man is by money, the amount he makes, and the amount of money he makes? That is kind of a fact. See through you again, $2. Let the queen talk. Nobody want to hear you, Otis. I don't know who you're talking to, but Tavora, appreciate this, $5. Was here for Queen Maker, but I can't stay here. Experiencing 41 shades and 5 components in real time.
Goodbye.
Yo, who did that? That was probably JR. Eugene Steele, $5. When I look for a woman, money is not one of the things I think about. If she out earns me, cool. I will not live off her. I will not be lazy. I think that's most men, to be honest.
I think that's
And
most men.
Nobody
Most
can
men
actually
trying to
prove.
be lazy and live off a woman.
Yeah. Red Iceberg. $2.
Experience it,
But
bro.
isn't it true that women kind of love men that want to live off of like that? Why is it that I don't know none of these niggas that like to live off of? Never mind.
I don't know, all of us know at least one motherfucker that.
Man, I don't know none. I don't consort with such.
What is that?
It's a dude be with fat chicks. Dudes be living
I
with
don't
fat
consort
chicks.
with such.
Every last one of us know at least one.
Or maybe I used to. Maybe he's doing it, but I don't know that name now. Red Iceberg, $2. You can't tell a man anything. Stop talking to him. I think you got the genders reversed on that one. That's not the same for men. I am Yana, $5. Too bad marriage isn't a flex. Princella got these podcast boys fighting for their lives on these YouTube streets. Alexa, play In the Arms of an Angel. That was funny. Nah. Oh, damn.
Shout out to Severus.
You ain't had sex, did you?
Silver, $5. None of the married men on the panel approached their wife with the intention to make her life better. What?
How do you know that?
Hey, and none of these women.
Yo,
are
hold
married.
on.
None of these women are married.
We're married men in real life. Don't talk that shit.
How do you know?
Don't
Look, let me tell you something. A lot of these people, we never talk about femcells, but that's the vibe that I'm getting right now. A whole bunch of femcells in here. Seriously, that's what this
A whole
is.
bunch of fat women in the
Hey,
chat.
I did a show that said, "Can women be involuntarily celibate, bro?"
Right, let me get a few more.
Sellers, your people fat. Like
Hell no, I
you
got
have
some fine.
a
Man, my
horde of
women
fat
fine.
women?
No, baby, my
Okay.
women fine, and they all ages.
Okay, just
He
ask.
said it's all about filling a void, just selfish. Man, what's up, my man? Ali, Boombaye. Got love in the chat, Ali. Grandma Shelley, $20. Appreciate it. Tyler Perry is saying that a man who has good morals and treats his family well is so rare that his character is more valuable than a rich man's money. The real issue isn't money, it's the lack of character many men have. All right. Gladdy again, $10. These men on this panel have replaced being on video games all day to being on podcasts all day. All y'all broke. How we broke when we make? Never mind.
Bro,
Never mind.
never mind.
No,
Don't even. You ain't gotta do it, bro. You ain't gotta do it.
We broke out here, bro. We broke.
Yeah.
We all broke. We ain't got no money.
Life,
We broke. We
life.
ain't got
Oh, boy.
nothing.
How
I'm
my
broke
card
out
game?
here.
Fewer discussions.
We are broke
Got
out
all
here.
entrepreneurs on it, but never mind. Caesar's Palace, $5. Overwhelmingly, women are not dating long term with men who significantly make less than them. They're men. Don't let them fool you, fellas. In fact, that was my ultimate fact. Y'all do understand that people are with their intellectual / economic equal. meaning doctors marry doctors, lawyers marry lawyers, nurses marry comparable people, etc. That thing where we say that men go get a woman from the hotel bar and marry her, that's actually not true. So, most people are with someone who makes close to the amount of money they make statistically.
Most
Roxy
people
B,
marry
$5. Queen
socioeconomic
Maker.
level.
I know your brain cells are depleted. I hope you are breaking this nonsense down ASAP as another teachable moment. Be love again. Queen Maker will not turn me out. I rebuke it. Wolf and Beta Clothes, $2. Are you going against your nature, Princella?
Well, y'all
Duke
love me, don't
Whitfield. You got them riled up tonight, for real. Duke Whitfield, $5. If women led so well, black men would have inherited that trait 100-fold, being that black women have led the household for the last 50 years. May the Alchemist, $5. He is exhibiting no self-control, lack of leadership ability right now. Watch his behavior. Who you talk about, May? Put it in the chat so I can call it out. Her Eminence, $2. Like Princella said, hold that. Caesar's Palace, $2. Sweeney, finisher. Princella, flawless victory. See through you, $2. Hold that. T.O., $10. Shout out to the panel. What's up, bro? 7. $5. Even if this is true, which it's not, y'all chasing the bag more than educating the boys y'all choose to raise by yourself. Boy, y'all got smoke. Marcellus Davis, $5. Ilkhan Ali, all facts. Trucker Yale, $5. Why is it that women who think men are garbage always have kids with Dirty D Rodney immediately? Trigger Mike, why would you do this? I got time today.
Princella, you a single mom, right? Or no? Or you married?
I was married. I'm still technically married.
Okay,
we separated.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Reese Anderson, $2. Black women been sleeping with white dudes for 400 years. Roxy B, $5. I need the statistician to show his data spewing BS loud and wrong. Yeah, I think Google is free. You can go check on it.
Hey, look, Priscilla, all your followers don't sound like they read.
Yeah, they don't sound like they read.
$2. Ali is correct, ladies. Stop birthing them.
What you talking about?
They sound very uneducated.
All your little people sound stupid and they sound
Come on,
fat.
Trucker. I'm not reading this.
Of course y'all think that because y'all think I sound stupid. You already said that. So I don't care what No, Mr. Lego did.
No, I don't think you sound stupid. You say stupid shit, but I think you
yeah, these things rolling in. All right, so I'm not saying this, Trucker Yale.
Priscilla.
Laugh. All right, you said it. Great. All right. Yeah. Welcome. All right, Bruiser, you had one last word on this. Then we're going to get to the main topic. Go ahead, bro. Close it out.
Yeah, my question was her. I don't know why all the other men didn't catch it, but I think it's important if you allow her to explain. Priscilla stated that, according to the topic we just discussed, that if you allow a man to move in or you allow to join with a man when a woman is the breadwinner and all he got to do is pay the light bill, she said the woman is stupid for that. My question to her is why would it be stupid?
Yeah, I explained that because by nature, women are resource dependent. They're not male dependent. Okay, men are female dependent. Right? Y'all's purpose, y'all don't even really have a purpose without a woman because biologically, your ultimate objective biologically is to get your genes in another body. Okay, so y'all are pursuing women for. Everything you're pursuing her for is because you need something from her. It doesn't matter if it's ego stroking, sex, family, baby, all that stuff. The only reason why we are even having this conversation is because the elites flip nature on its head and put all the resources into male control, forcing women into what you call hypergamy, which is not a natural state for a woman. That is actually a response to stimuli. Okay, so hypergamy is a response to this artificial creation that has happened. So since women are nature's resources, when women have resources, they don't need men. Men typically need women to be destitute, okay, and broke and dumb in order to get their hands on them. So when women don't need that, they have no business allowing a man who has not developed himself, who actually needs her, to make it easy for him to give him a place to stay, to give him sex, to give him all of these rewards that he should be earning. These women should not be dealing with those males. And
I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree because
of course you do.
Because of the fact that if a woman wants these men, then there's a sacrifice that's worthy of taking or accepting. So if a woman wants these men, then there's nothing wrong with her making those sacrifices. Just assuming the statements you are making is true.
I'm telling women to stop sacrificing because women end up losing in the end, and women need to stop losing. So I'm educating.
Women lose because of themselves.
Hold on, Lego. Let me get my. I have a question too. I got a question
that we never get to.
I actually agree. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bruiser. You're not done. My bad.
What I'm saying is this is the important part of the conversation because we can better understand this woman. What are you saying that women don't? What was the last statement you made, man?
I don't know before you.
You said that women lose at the end.
Women lose.
I'm saying what are women losing?
Okay, so women are men's resource. Yeah, women are a resource to men. If you go to a depleted area where there's no resources, who they selling? They're selling their young girls, okay, to men. So women are a resource to men. So because of that, when women have all of their needs met, they have their resources, they have their self-esteem, they have their whole people. Women do not need to cut themselves down to give a subpar male access to all of her rewards because everything that she is a reward to him. And women ain't got no business cutting themselves down for males.
Who's protecting these women?
I got it.
I was about to say. Trying to be quiet.
The average male can't even protect himself.
I understand where she's going because if I say that her being a resources for a man was planted here. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how things were configured. And your argument is going to be that no, that wasn't. And then we're going to argue back to the beginning of the time. Adam and Eve and all in God created man.
Oh, no, I don't even, that's philosophy. I'm talking about biology. And what's the fact is women are a resource to males. It was men selling their daughters to men.
But it's
of course to y'all. Okay.
Let me ask this.
Hold
on, MLD. Let me ask this question.
Resource according to procreation.
Say that again.
Women are resources. I agree with her on that.
Hold on, Bruiser. Hold on, y'all. Because I got a question.
I agree with her on that.
So I agree when you said women are resource dependent. But are women capable of creating their own resources?
That's it.
Listen, here again. Where do the resources come from? Originally, all of the resources come from planet Earth. So everybody depends on planet Earth. The elites who created this matrix hoarded the resources because it ain't y'all. Okay, y'all are not the creators of the matrix. The architects of the matrix are people that you can't even see. Okay, and they put everybody in this and they shifted all of these resources, the artificial resources, into the hands of males. So when you start creating artificial environments, you need to be able to judge people's behaviors and their thought process based on the environment that was created. So here's the thing, ain't none of this stuff real, not your paper money. It's all about the belief in this stuff. So since that power has been shifted into the hands of the male, it manipulated female nature and had females reducing themselves to get resources because by nature females are resource dependent and not male dependent. Well, in a system, hey, listen, let me
go ahead, Priscilla. Go ahead, Lane.
Thank you. Okay, all right. So when women get their resources, they are more likely to be INDP, the whole independent song, right? Because in nature, in all of female nature, it's the same, right? So in nature, females limit their exposure to males when they are in resource-rich regimes, okay? So this is what's going on with the female. Because that's the case, men need to come up to that woman's level and not take away from her wholeness just so he can benefit from her, right? Because that's unfair, right? And it ends up hurting the woman because she's the one that got to do the sacrificing. And what has happened because women have been doing the sacrificing is they have been on the losing end for a long time. And so where we at now, I'm telling women not to do that, okay? Because when you love yourself, you won't be seeking for love outside of yourself, and you won't be looking for a male to do something that he can't do, especially if he's that low.
You get your rebuttal in there, Sweeney, then we move into
want to go after Sweeney. I got something to say about that.
Wait.
All right, real quick, real quick.
So my question is, because you said,
Mike.
because you said that the Matrix shifted the resources into male hands, right? That men dominate the resources. If women are resource dependent, I grant you that. So, and you said that everybody depends on Mother Earth, on the earth for the resources. Why weren't those resources put in women's hands?
It was put in women's hands.
How?
Who conquered? First of all, the
wait. I did ask you a question, but let me ask some context. Let me ask some context. So, because you just said something that was, and I had to add some more context based off what you just said. So you said the resources were in women's hands. How did, if it was initially in women's hands, then how did women lose the resource?
It's real simple. The same way that everybody lose stuff, through male violence. Okay, here's the thing. Let's stop acting like colonialism and all of these violent acts did not take place. How did black folks lose all of the stuff that they've had? How did black people lose the credit for the creations that they've ever created? See, y'all ask these questions, but y'all act like y'all don't know the answers to them, because the first people that came over here and did all of that, right? They did it through brutality. Okay, so the oldest bones to be discovered on planet Earth are of a female, not a male. I'm pretty sure the majority of y'all, probably all of y'all, ain't never even read When God Was a Woman. I bet you haven't read that. Okay, you probably don't even know that's a book that exists. Okay, I bet you haven't.
Why would I be?
I know you.
Wait, Priscilla, you're going too far. You're going too far.
No.
Hold on, wait. The reason why I asked this question. Hold on, wait, Mr. Lego.
Hold on, y'all.
Real quick.
You got it after Sweeney.
Mr. Lego, I'm gonna let you have this right after this. So you said that women had the resources. We all had access to resources. And then you said men came in and violently took it from women.
Just like they take everything else. How do y'all lose stuff in y'all's neighborhood? Listen, y'all.
Hold on, wait. I don't need you to go on another tangent. In other words, even if you did have access to the resources, you don't have the capacity to even defend it, because everybody takes things via violence. No matter what you look on this planet, everybody, when shit needs to get taken, when shit needs to get done, if you want that land and I want that land, there's only one way we can handle this. Now, I'm gonna let Mr. Lego have it, because I agree with you. Men do take shit through violence, but that's how. But if it was left up to y'all would do the same thing.
No, we wouldn't.
Worse. Y'all would do worse.
No, we wouldn't.
Priscilla, we don't need you to rebut. So,
hold on. First of all, y'all be interrupting me every time I talk.
Okay,
wait a minute. Y'all do that.
Talking, please stop. Okay. Male violence is the cornerstone of nature. Okay. It's not just humans. It's mammals. It's fish. Okay, it's orca whales. It's all of us. Okay, so male violence is the cornerstone of nature. So just like you was leaning on education so you can try to win an argument, now you're leaning on violence so you can win an argument. But guess what? Violence is the way life actually works. Animals kill each other in order to eat. So altogether, we, to a certain degree, if we were literally like you just said, you said there's an artificial society. Understandable. I agree with that. If there was not an artificial society, y'all asses would either be bloody or in somebody's cage or doing what you need to do in order to survive, shaking your ass. Okay. So the bottom line is, because regardless of where you are or where America is or where the world is, violence is always going to be the cornerstone of society. So women are, one, vulnerable virtually every day of their lives. Two, women are most vulnerable when they're pregnant and during childbirth. So women are the main people who want to have children, not men. Usually, I'll say this. All of us, or a majority of us, didn't, our dads was like, oh shit, what happened? I'm pregnant. Oh, you want to get rid of it? No. Okay. So the women mainly wanted the baby. All right. Sadly, it is what it is. But the women are the main ones who want to have children. So when it comes to a society of women, y'all would be the ones that will be destitute and alone and scared and screwed up because one, you don't feel like a woman unless you had a baby, and women, y'all can testify to that. That's how y'all feel. So overall, the main people who want to have children are women. We naturally want to have sex, and it's due to, wanting to have children. But we don't usually want to have children. So women want to have children. And you can't have children. And if you can't,
you are stressing Chanel out. All right.
You can't have, hold on.
You can't finish up.
Y'all don't even realize that y'all didn't improve my teachers to my audience. You don't even have
at Priscilla saying she's talking in circles when you're talking in circles.
Chantel, stop.
My name is Chanel. Please say my name.
Stop. Okay, stop.
Say my name.
Women cannot have children without the protection of males due to the fact that violence is the cornerstone of nature. So y'all asses won't be able to do shit without men. A damn society.
Right, Ali, go ahead, get this rebuttal. I'm gonna get a few more super chats. We're moving on to the main topic.
Priscilla, you say that women should stay away from men, correct?
Shoot, shouldn't they? Look, he just said y'all was violent. I think they should. They should stay far away from that.
And you also say men are incapable of love and can't benefit with being a man, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. Ain't no sense of being with somebody that's violent and incapable of love. Absolutely not.
Do you have a baby with a man?
I absolutely do.
Is he a great father or a bad father?
He's a good father.
Okay. Does he pay child support and all y'all married?
No, he doesn't.
He don't pay child support.
You don't have to pay child because see, you know what? I didn't have a baby.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
Are y'all married?
Technically, yeah. Technically,
okay.
still, yeah.
So if you don't benefit nothing from being married, why didn't you file divorce from him?
I did file divorce. File for divorce. It's just not finalized. I mean, what? First of all, what are we asking? Because I'm not going to go digging into my personal life. Because
I'm not digging. That's not digging in personal life. I'm asking you a question. You tell women to stay.
Credibility.
You tell is extremely talking about credibility. You tell women to stay away from men.
Yeah,
they're capable of. But you got a child by a man you're still married to, and you say he's a great father.
Yeah,
wait. That's love. So does that mean love?
Whoa. No, that does not mean love. Okay, I never said no. I never said men couldn't care. I said they couldn't love.
What is the difference between care and love?
Oh, it's a big difference. See, care is an emotion. See, you can care today and not give a fuck tomorrow. Love is a more stable concept. All right, that does. Hey, listen. Okay, I'm gonna put it like this. I'm gonna put it like this because I haven't done anything but showed y'all respect. Okay, I haven't done anything but showed y'all respect. But every time I say something, y'all want to cut me off and start this childish ass shit. I'm not gonna deal with that tonight. Okay. All right. So if you're gonna ask me a question, I'm gonna answer it, and then y'all can rebuttal. But if that ain't the game that y'all want to play, because it's 11:15, and I'm not gonna play this game. All right. So, like I said, okay, because I got an audience that I teach this stuff to, and I got books that I done wrote about this. So either you want to know or you don't. Okay.
We don't want to know.
Okay, well then
don't want to know. You can bounce.
All right, well then don't ask.
All right, come on, man. Stop, y'all stop. Y'all stop.
Hey, listen.
You don't want to know. You can bounce.
Yeah, I know. Hey, y'all, come on, ladies. All right, we got 1.6.
Call all the ladies over there. Call all your misandrous over there.
Y'all.
You can bounce. They didn't deserve you.
Ain't nobody asked this motherfucker come up here. She take her ass on some damn well.
Come on, y'all. We gotta let our people talk when they.
We appreciate the super chats, you misandrous ladies. I appreciate every damn y'all can.
Need to make more because majority are overweight. What the fuck? All right. Chronically Beautiful, $20. Thank you for your time, P, and patience. We love sending you high frequency. You have inspired many women to work on ourselves
and be single mothers.
$2. Next caller, Hush, Mr. Let Go. Trucker Yale, $5. Also salute to everybody except one lady and gentlemen. It's gonna be a good one tonight, Sweeney. This gonna be good. Journey Me TV, $5. The Great Value Genuine didn't even know the topic. He just seen the Queen Maker and hurried up to join in. He is a super hater or undercover fan. Who is
that? What happened? Trigger Mike, is that what happened?
Oh, that's you? No, that's
no. Someone's. I said thank you.
Wowzers, $5. Most evicted, most likely to hurt their own kids, most debt, Most in nursing homes, most divorced, most in prison. Shall I go on? Who is he talking about? Never mind. So D, $5. Since black women are the issue, I agree with Princella. Let's leave black men alone. Don't birth their babies. Solved. I don't think y'all can help it for real. Trucker Yell, $5. Raising the bar how? By faking a brick to the face and driving on the side of the highway saying she saw a white baby from 600 yards away? Get the fuck out of here. Reese Anderson, $5. Princella, black women always know man's nature, y'all. Capitalize off it. Why you think female slave slept with the slave master? Y'all been opportunistic. Hink the Basement, $2. She's out here producing Golden Girls.
Straight up.
Broke
member Golden Girls at that. Broke ones
I'm
at that.
The oldest member.
Stupid Golden Girls.
Fellas, y'all gotta control yourself. We're not supposed to lose any panelists. Y'all know that.
Look, hey,
Anika Supreme, $10. Leadership and learning are indispensable to each other. JFK. Leaders are not there to maintain, but to move forward. Without continuous learning, that is impossible. Authentic leadership, hashtag Princella. My man, Big Bad Bull, member for 21 months. Bing bong. I'm still an OG member. Ladies, fix me a plate or keep it the fuck moving. My man Fatty in the building, member for 9 months. Mr. Let Go is getting owned by the stud maker. Get this man some milk. Ali, boom by yay.
Stud maker left.
Man, fans.
Because I chuckled. She left because I chuckled. Come on.
We literally laughed. And I was on mute.
Princella sells
I was on mute.
Come on, y'all. Come on,
That's
y'all.
actually not why she left. You guys are being mad disingenuous.
No,
about
she's
why
the
she
one.
Her
who
first
kept
argument
talking.
started
that
with
was more than that.
Kurt, how
laughed.
many times did I have to tell Queen Maker that, like, ma'am, there's other people on the show, you keep talking. And I know I talk a lot, but damn, you're a guest. Shut the hell up, guest.
Mr. Lego. Like,
as a
seriously,
guest,
All right, y'all.
same exact
guests
thing.
need to sit down and be quiet.
And
All right, let
y'all
me
were
get these
being
super
rude.
chats,
Y'all
y'all.
were laughing at her while she was talking.
Because you
Like,
saying
if you were
stupid
to do
shit.
that-
I can't
Hold
laugh
on,
at some
wait,
dumb shit she said.
Trigger. Hold on real quick, Trigger. The funny thing is that I have laughed at Mr. Lego out loud. I've laughed at shit that Trigger Mike have said out loud.
Yeah.
I've laughed at shit that Ali have said out loud. And as long as y'all disagree with what the person that I'm laughing at is saying, I can laugh my ass off and wouldn't nobody have a problem with it. Because I remember when Mr. Lego and Fatty were going at it, and I was chuckling up a storm, and everybody was with me, chuckling up a storm with me. There was nothing wrong with my laughter then, but now all of a sudden, because y'all really want Priscilla, the Queen Maker, to speak, and we can't now react to her stuff. I didn't even I've let her speak several times. Me laughing, you should still be able to finish your point because I chuckled. I still told her to let her speak. Bruce even told her, "Hey, look, go ahead." Me laughing shouldn't disrupt your speech that much. And
All right,
I stopped laughing.
We actually want to get her back because we're not gonna cut people off.
Please
going
do.
forward.
Oh, yeah,
All
she's
right,
welcome
come
to
on.
come back, but she ain't going to sit here and
$5.
victimize
Let
herself.
the dyke maker have these angry, damaged bonobos. Someone got to pick up the trash that's left out. Go ahead.
And as a matter of fact, I don't control the panel. So me telling anybody, because I'm a guest on this panel too, me telling anybody they can bounce, I don't you don't have to listen to me. I don't own this panel. This ain't my channel. This ain't my show. So her bouncing because I said you can bounce. What does that do? I don't own this shit.
Try to understand.
Hold on real quick.
Some of the stuff y'all gotta say, we can all agree that a lot of men in this space got a strong stance against principles and against women. So it's important. It's important to let these women talk long enough so you can see the holes in their story, or you can learn why they think or move the way they move, so we can have a better understanding of what the hell is going on and try to find a solution. But a lot of times, a lot of interruptions causing you to drive on the panel. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
You don't understand women if you don't allow them to talk long enough.
You got to remember, I'm the one who said let her drown. Everybody was jumping in. I was like, no.
But we can't say those things while cutting the person off, bro. And the only gripe I really got, and we're not gonna do this anymore, is that when somebody doesn't cut you off and listens, we gotta give them the same respect. But let's keep it pushing. Sell You Like podcast, $5. The bonobo maker herself in the flesh. Which woman she trying to steal today? Erica sent $5. We appreciate it. Caesar's Palace, $2. Salute Ali, keeping 10 toes down. Take K, Ali, and Let Go need to apologize. Juan's World, $5. You can disagree with my girl P all you want, but you can't deny biology. What biology was? You never mind. Like, I wish I wasn't.
Exactly.
I'm not coming as the host next time, and next time she comes.
Bro, these women want to be men so bad.
I
It's
can
penis
easily.
I got an important question for you, Trigger Mike, because you've been hosting these shows for a while, so you got a lot of experience. You got a lot of understanding of men and women on these panels. Is it safe to say that certain women who can actually bring a challenge, that can pack a punch and stance on her principles and the things she say, it causes the men to get a little bit, rowdy, and they want to interrupt because they feel like, oh man, she's making some good points. Let me go ahead and slide in and stop her. Versus other females like a Lady Di or nothing against you, Real Precious, but other females who don't really challenge the men on here, they allow them to talk all the way to finish their points. But the moment a woman come up here and actually have something she's able to substantiate her points and actually have a strong argument to drive a deeper dialogue and a deeper discussion, men feel like they got to jump in, and it just messes up the whole ability to understand.
Well, I think what it is, so this panel, I didn't see anybody jump. What it is that the reaction to something they have a rebuttal for, but they didn't wait. That's what I saw. So yeah, you're right. Some dudes, especially you come on my show, yeah, they'll be, that's the insecure vibe where somebody, hey, you can't, like, wanting to cut the person off to overtake the discussion. But it was more so like the chuckle, like, oh, get the fuck out of that. Like, that's really
that's all we was doing.
That's why I always keep a pen, because I would rebut, but I got to write it down. I'm trying to say it before I forget it. But, I encourage people to write down your rebuttal and wait. But we're going to do better in the future. Priscilla, if you're out there, come on back, keep the dialogue going. All right?
Priscilla. And the thing about it is, we welcome that type of conversation because it was a fun conversation. I was laughing with her, and then you said, she was like, and you think I'm stupid. I'm like, no, you say some crazy shit. But I
even that urge to rebut quickly, it goes on both sides. But let me get a few more.
We were just having fun. Queen
All
Maker,
right, $5. Maker trying to take our queens, fellas. I see her grip. Snuggles, $5. Can you please drop the link so regular people can come up and ask questions, please? Not tonight. Still low key, $2. Why does this lady sound like the female FNF? SSBD.
That's exactly what she is.
Fresh and fit. Female fresh and fit.
Sajeki, $2. Being married is not a flex. Stop it. It absolutely is a flex.
It is correctly. A flex.
I don't know too many single people making more money than me and my wife, so it absolutely is a flex.
Talk to them.
Step Lover, $5. In every work environment I've been in, the women outwork the men. The men need the secretaries, covert testosterone-driven, scarcity-centered users. I want you, Step Lover, I want you to take a different perspective to that. Maybe, hold on. Maybe the secretaries need their boss because they hate being led by female leaders. I want you to just think about that perspective.
Bro.
I want you to think about that.
Crazy.
All right.
Yeah.
They have the nerve in every.
I don't have any what you call it? Sirens, but my man came in the building. What's going on, Tommy?
What's going on, people?
Oh shit.
I know, right? All right. So we're gonna get the next topic started. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Y'all get these likes up right now. Get these likes all the way up. We got another heavy hitter in the building. All right, my man Tommy S just came through. We're gonna get this next topic. Tommy, you're gonna go first, and I know you had some other stuff to say, so
shit.
We're definitely gonna let you do that when we get this one rolling. The next topic is, why do wives get attacked so bad and side chicks get praised? Tommy, I've actually heard you talk about this kind of thing before. Let me roll the video, then we're gonna get your thoughts on it.
Peace. She's not a side hoe, she's a wife. I went through it, but this is not about me. I listened to this blogger go off on Tiana. I'm sorry. I'm actually emotional. I was venting to my husband because I was like, I get so angry when I see this kind of thing. We always talk about black needing to support black. Black needing to do this. Black needing to, don't worry about my smoke detector. This is an important message, but thank you. I appreciate it. I just listened to a female black woman who is a blogger go in on Tiana Taylor, basically calling her all kinds of things, about, the fact that she speaks up for her family, and when there are allegations out there that she comes to the defense of her family and she comes to the defense of her husband. What else is she supposed to do? She's not a side piece. She's not a side hoe. She's a wife. They have a family. They have a home. They own businesses together. If anything is worth fighting for, it is your family, especially if it can be saved. I just don't understand why wives get attacked so bad and side get praised. She's a beautiful woman. She's incredibly talented. You don't hear stuff about her. I'm really angry for her. I'm angry for her. Why, black sister on your blog, your platform, whatever?
All right, y'all.
Thank you for stopping it. I was like, God damn.
Tommy, what's going on? Good evening.
Thank you. Well, how's it going with you, bro?
All is well. All is well. Thanks for coming through. What you got? You first on the topic. Why do wives get attacked so bad and side chicks get praised?
Well, it's simple. There are very few. We live in a society now where there are very few achievers and a whole lot of failures. And if you can make the failures feel good about their failure, then they don't have to work. Think about it. There's a reason why they no longer want to, with courses, they don't want to keep grades now. There's a reason why we give participation trophies, because there's only one guy or girl that can be the MVP. There's only one champion at the end of every year. And you want the rest of the people to feel special. How do you do that? There are more whores than wives in the black community, right? There are more side chicks than wives in the black community. You want them to feel good. How do you make them feel good? You make the bottom feeders, you lift them up. There's a reason why we don't uplift in the black community doctors and lawyers. We don't have a bunch of them. Easy to sell dope, though. Easy to be anything, easy to be sexy red. So we'll uplift the thing that's easier to do because it gives the people who don't feel like they can achieve something, it gives them a reason to feel good about themselves. And don't the people who don't have money, don't they hate the people who do? We allow them to talk crap about the people who have money. If the people who have money talk crap about the people who don't in mass society, where they're looked down upon. If the people who have legs talk about the people who are in wheelchairs, there's a problem. But the people in wheelchairs can talk about the people with legs, and the people with legs have to just take it. So what happens is we're letting whores be led to society because most people are raised by them. Not trying to be funny, but if you look around, like I grew up, if all of your siblings have different fathers, you don't think there's anything wrong with that. If all of your friends' siblings have different fathers, you don't think there's anything wrong with that. So now you have sons who have been raised by this. And you can make fun now of the person who actually fights and does it the right way. And I'll leave it with this. Don't we make fun of the person who goes out and works hard and gets the good grades? They're the nerd. We make fun of them because we know it's harder to get straight A's than it is to get straight F's. You don't even have to put in no work to get straight F's. So I'm going to make you feel bad for all the work you do, because technically what I'm saying is all the work you're doing makes me look bad. The woman who's the wife, who takes care of her kids, who takes care of her family, who takes care of her man, especially the one who says shit went wrong, but I'm going to stick it out. Why do you think these are the main people who tell a woman, why you stand with that nigga? Nigga ain't shit. But they've been with a man who already had a wife. So I shouldn't stay with my husband, but you keep trying to be with my husband? Think about it.
All right. Chanel, let's get you in there. You've been quiet for a little bit.
Without trying, I've been trying to say a lot, but
Yep.
It's okay. I just want to say I'm so happy that Tommy's on. I've watched him for so long, especially in college, and learning about. I may not have agreed with how he said his things, but the gist of what he said has helped me view the male's point of view, and I think it's helped me become, or at least a small part of who I am today. So, yay! Just wanted to say that. I personally, I mean, maybe the circles that I'm around, I don't see the side chicks getting all the praise. I see the wives getting all the praise. So perhaps I'm just not paying attention to that type of thing. But kind of like what Tommy was saying, the Black community, we are just upside down. We really praise like bad things. You know, I remember I was very young, but I remember when hip hop was just about talking about your life experience. Even if it was a bad experience, you were just talking about it. Now it's glorifying bad behavior. How we talk to one another is just bad. How we treat one another is just bad. So of course we're going to look at the scum of the earth and think, yeah, they're great people, let's praise them. So of course, if that's what media is doing, saying the side chicks are the better people, it doesn't surprise me, because Black people as a whole in America, at least, we are bottom. We are the bottom feeders. We're not raising up. We're not treating each other right. And if side chicks think it's great to just go after married men, well, they're going to get what they deserve in the long run.
All right. Let's get you in there, Precious, and then we're going to go around.
I believe wives get attacked because they actually submit. They actually are not challenging a man and trying to go in the opposite direction of him. Side chicks have got the easy job. They have the easy job. Give him a blowjob, spend a couple hours with him. She's not really doing no work. She's not really putting in any work. She really doesn't have anything invested. And so she gets praised because nobody wants to put in the work nowadays. People aren't, you just had Priscilla up here. She's not promoting marriage. She's not promoting family. She's promoting side chicks. She's promoting women who can collect their bag, get their degrees, and then you're going to be like Lil Wayne, baby mom crying, talking about something, I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. So in the end, they get the short end of the stick while the wives are covered. They're protected. And so nobody wants to talk about that, though. Nobody wants to talk about when these side chicks go home and they crying themselves to sleep and they don't have a man in their bed. They don't have a man to protect their family. Nobody's talking about that. They just talking about all the fun they having on the weekends. Ass shaking. And being at the VMAs on all fours with your ass in the air. That's what they talking about. The wives are the boring ones, but they protected, they're covered, bills are paid, family is progressing in a positive direction. Kids are, going to college, going to school. Nobody wants to talk about that. That's boring. The side chicks get praised because that's what's fun in these streets. That's what the younger generation thinks is cool. And then you have older women who's been married, not even fully divorced, promoting it. It's like the ink's not even dry. You're leaving your, situation because you feel as though a man can't love, or were you not patient enough for that man? I don't know. It's weird. I think it's also praised because it's not, again, I always say it, women aren't seeing it. They're not seeing a man and a woman work together. They're not seeing the family unit blossom. They're just not seeing it. And so they're going to praise whatever they saw growing up and all the lies that were told to them, and they not really know the truth. They just know the drama of it all. So I just think that it's praised because nobody really wants to have a family unit anymore. And it's sad, honestly. Nobody and community is going to hell. You can't even yell at somebody else's kids. You can't even say, I'm going to tell your mama, and by the time you get home, your mom knows what you did and you have the fear of God in you. There is no more of that. People do what they want. They say what they want. They go where they want and think that there's no consequences. And that's the life of a side chick. You just doing whatever you want. And a wife knows that you have to submit in order to be worthy of protection.
Indeed. Trev.
I'll say this. These side chicks really need to go back to the shadows and the dungeons where they belong. Everybody knows the stories about you never found out about the side chicks until the funeral. That's when you're like, oh damn, who that? That's how you would know about them. They're not supposed to be in the forefront. They are supposed to be on the side for a reason. You don't glorify side chicks. You don't present side chicks. That's not how it go. And that's part of the problem. So right now, especially with the way social media is, we promote side chicks right now. Like you got Brittany Renner going on about how she has 35 bodies and she has a son. And the kids in school are going to know that she has 35 bodies at about 30 years old. That's crazy. This is what we're glorifying. And people think it's cool because she's the one that's getting the money. She's the one that's getting the publicity. She's the one that's getting likes. And that's what people equate to doing well right now. They don't care about your character anymore. All they care about is how much people pay attention to you and how much money you have. And unfortunately, the more toxic you are, the easier it is to obtain attention and money. That's where the main problem is. That's why we come up with a solution for this, because until we recognize and check people and say, the hell with y'all, we're not glorifying. We're putting us to that. We're not going to look into you anymore. We want people who are promoting things that are better than what you're doing right now. We're never going to have respect for wives. We won't, because you don't see wives as a benefit. Most women right now see the duty about being a wife. They don't understand the joy of it. They don't see the reward and raising a family. They just see the work. Oh, I don't want to submit to nobody. Oh, no, I don't feel like playing with kids all day. I want to be outside. I ain't got time for that. What we view as important right now is not the same that we did years ago. That's what the problem is.
All right. Curves, what you got to say on it? Why do wives get attacked so bad and side chicks get praised?
So I can only speak based off of my personal life. The couple of friends that I have that are married, I don't know that to be a thing. Women getting like married women getting attacked. And my question, I actually have a question. Like, I'm kind of curious is why is this even like a conversation? Like, why are there side chicks? Like, why do your man even have a side chick is the more important question. Like, they shouldn't even be relevant, you know? Like, you got a good man, you know, supposedly then shouldn't be any on the side, like, you know? So that's about it.
I mean, we could ask the questions, but we can ask it both ways. Why do women feel so comfortable being side chicks? I mean, we could do this all day.
I mean, the reality is because we're talking about that particular situation, right? I'm sorry, Bruce, where you going?
I was just saying they have a role. They have a justified role in today's society, a side chick.
And I was just about to allude to that too, is because I mean the reality is
there has to
let
be.
me just say one more thing, Sweeney.
But there has to be a buyer.
That's right. There's a demand. You're right. There is a demand for side chicks, and it's not.
So why married men seeking side chicks when you should just be focused? Like
that's a question that you would have to. That's a question that you would have to ask a man, particular. It's subjective. Not saying that I would seek a side chick, but for example, okay, if my woman is not able to do this X, Y, and Z, I'm gonna go get X, Y, and Z here. That's the easy excuse or example. But it's not something that happened today. This side chicks has always been here. Women have accepted the role publicly because materialism outweighs shame today. You know, women don't care about the shame no more. They care about the material things they get from it, the benefits they get from it. It outweighs the shame now. Shame it's been gone. Feminism killed that. One shot, sniper rifle. So things are different now, and it's a justified role.
I would add that because I get what Curves is asking. Basically, what she's saying is, how do side chicks? Why if there wasn't a demand for side chicks wouldn't exist. Why are men seeking out side chicks? And the reality is that Most men aren't out here seeking out side chicks. He has a side chick. That Tristan Thompson has a side chick, for which what's her name? What's his wife's name? Tiana Taylor, for which Tiana Taylor has no problem with. The question, the problem is, and I guess that led to the question on the panel, is why is Tiana Taylor being berated, but not the side chick? Why are you going at her and she's the wife when you can be going at the side chick? If your problem is that a side chick exists and is dynamic, I would even have no problem with that person going at Tristan Thompson and the side chick. But why are you going at Tiana Taylor?
I can answer that.
Well, I got an easy answer for that because Tiana Taylor is going to get clicks and views. Whenever a content creator puts together a video about anybody, the bigger person in the situation is going to be the bigger person. Like a lot of these Strawberry, Shirley Strawberry videos, they throw in Marjorie Harvey and Steve Harvey because they're the bigger clickbaiter, words versus, the Strawberry lady. So overall, it's about clickbait. That's the first thing. And the second thing is there are more side chicks than wives. So when it comes to just the public and what they gravitate to who they are and what they enjoy doing. There's not a lot of wives in the Black community versus side chicks. So side chicks are going to ride with side chicks and wives are going to ride with wives. So when you look at Tiana Taylor, she's a wife. She don't do nothing wrong. She seems like a really dope woman. She's cool. People don't like that because the Black community, they like mess. So the second there's a mess, they like, ooh, it's a mess. I bet Tiana wasn't doing this and doing that. And that's the reason why the side chick came in. So when there's more side chicks than wives, of course they're going to attack the wife because that's just how it is in the Black community.
That's what I said. There's just more of them. There's a larger number of this one group. And when you ask, why wouldn't they attack the side chick? Because the majority of the people in your audience are side chicks. It is the reason why you go into the church now, and the church doesn't really preach from Revelations. They don't talk about homosexuality and speak from Deuteronomy because they know the guy who's leading the chorus. They know a lot of the people are there. You're not going to go against your audience. These people are in it. As my man said, I am Mr. Let Go, as he said, clicks and views. And if I'm trying to get views, I'm not going to go against a certain group. There's only a few people out there, no offense, that's like me that will say shit that will get you in trouble. The other people are just trying to say stuff that'll get people to come to them because that's where the check is. And the majority of women out here today are hoes, and they want to see your relationship fail. As a matter of fact, you got more girls who are your friends who will sleep with your man to prove to you your man ain't as good as you say he was. Just telling you the truth. If you go to your girls and you tell her how great he is, they gonna go out of their way to show you he ain't no better than the nigga that cheated on them.
Let's address this one point before I get to why this is how this is. Society-wise, we can say as a collective, we've been all programmed and conditioned to just be in dysfunction, right? We can all agree to that, right? Women are being pushed to be sexually liberated. In one moment, they support marriage. In another moment, they'll support thought culture, right? So we love women. And the problem they keep saying men hate women, they keep going nonstop, men hate women. No, we don't like certain behaviors when you're asking to be a wife when you've been a whore or a hoe, excuse me. But the main reason why women and side chicks hate each other because the married woman was a side chick that got married too. Let's be serious about this conversation. My brother, I got a brother named Illa that spoke about the thing about women and women's behaviors. A lot of men can't really tell them apart because they conveniently support when to be a wife or when to be where to be a thought. So when y'all want to be honest and have this honest conversation, this is really between women. Women are seeing women who conveniently are down in married women until they down in married women, and they're the fastest person to praise married women when they finally get married. We've seen a lot of women in this space, outside this space, that was a side chick or a thought, and she was hating on married women, but once she got married, she started hating on them side chicks too, because most of these women who got married were side chicks. Brothers like to get on this conversation in these conversations as well and stroke our own ego, but a lot of us married side chicks too. No offense to the brothers on the panel, but we are all dating, being in a relationships and marriages to a saturation of women. And a lot of times when people hating on each other, is how our women conveniently support each other's dysfunction, or support each other's being in order. So the married woman is hating on the side chick, and then when they conveniently switch, they still hating on each other. It's in competition for men, which they say they hate, but all of them know they want the validation of men.
Well, that's common sense, though. I mean, niggas who used to talk crap about me doing YouTube now doing YouTube and talking crap about people who don't. People who used to get people who were broke as soon as they got money. What did they do?
Exactly. Talk about niggas who ain't got no money.
Everybody who dudes who couldn't get at women was like, man, it ain't all about women, man. It's about the conscience. As soon as they could get some money, next thing they know, they turn into young Pharaoh.
Right, but none of us hating. Most men, if they could, they'd have a side chick and a wife. We ain't hating on side chicks or wives. We just saying if you want to be a wife, if you were my side chick, and then you look at me and go, I want to be a wife now. No. You a side chick. Don't conveniently want to be a wife now. And don't be mad because I won't make you a wife because you're not about to marry a broke man. You ain't about to marry a man who ain't got no house, no car, and then established. So we got to treat each other equally. It's double standards, but it's nature, the way we value each other. We value a virtuous woman. Women value a man who's established.
But I think you're missing what the woman was saying. And if I'm not mistaken, whichever the women that was talking, I think they're 100% right. It's all this stuff is still men's fault because men are still sitting there looking at Brittany Renner talking about, I hit that too. I'd be with her too. And if you're a woman and you're saying, I would be a wife, but you're watching the attention Brittany Renner is getting, who would you rather be? Brittany Renner, who got men that just keep running after her no matter what she does, and she getting commercials of KFC, or would you want to be the wife of Iman Shumpert, who it seemed like you did everything right, you had the kids, you got the body, and he's still out here fucking messing around with some brick-faced chick.
But here's
my brother,
difference.
real quick, sweetie, my brother Tommy, would there, if women were hoes, would there be a thought culture?
You said say it again?
If women weren't hoes, would there be a thought culture? When if they weren't hoes, would we have thoughts to go to?
No.
Thought
culture became men appreciating hoes. Hoes have always existed. When we started appreciating them, and let me tell you when we started appreciating them, when we started being raised by them. When the majority of your men were raised by hoes, you can no longer talk crap about a hoe because your mama's one.
Yep. And look, hold on. And don't they say people get mad when things are true? What happens on the playground when you call somebody mama a hoe? Ooh, they ready to fight, boy.
I'm not a liar. I'm not a liar.
We can agree to disagree, but women will tell you you cannot.
You know I'm telling the truth, Mr. Let Go. Tell me I'm not lying.
Yes, you're right.
This is real.
If you see hoes, your grandma, your mom, all these people hoes, you look crazy going around talking about them, and it becomes the normal thing.
Most of our mama was hoes.
Okay.
Unless it was everybody, that it became normal.
So Tommy, women say we can't control them. So you telling me we can make women hoes, but we can't make them wives?
No. Women will tell you anything they want to, just like my daughter says, this is my room. Is it really her room?
No, that's not what I'm asking. You can't. If a woman wants to be a hoe, she's gonna be a hoe. If she wants to be a wife, she's gonna be a wife. Same thing with you.
And if a man wants to keep her in that spot where she's at, if men had any unity, y'all had a young lady up here on the panel earlier. I watched how so many men would sit up there talking about, yeah. Y'all don't check background and y'all don't care. But if you check background and you did care, because that used to be a thing. It used to be a thing when you checked the background on a woman. It used to be a thing where stupid people in the class didn't get up to speak. But now it's 2023. The dumbest people got the biggest Instagrams, don't they? You know, when I was a young man, I'm an old man. When I was young, you were dumb and you knew you were dumb, so you didn't speak up so other people knew you were dumb. So, now you can speak up because it's somebody that's going to back your dumbness. Hoes used to keep quiet. They would never tell you they slept with a married man. Do you know why? It used to be a thing that men would do. And let me say this to you, brother, and you tell me if I'm telling the truth or not. All men got to do is do something as simple as this. As soon as Mariah Mills tells on the guy she's screwing and outs him in public, no other man deals with her because we say, I don't. There
already
has
know
to
how
be
she get
some
down.
kind of
You violated. Yep.
doing
Didn't
this.
I say-
No
Yeah.
man with money will deal with you
we
because
talked
you
about
can
that.
tell on us. It used to be if you cheated with a married man, we said, well, you're just good for that. Nobody will try to date you because you cheated with a married man. But now we see Superhead get a husband after writing a book and have a child. So if
Yep.
you're a woman, what stops you from going to be a whore when you see the whore still wins?
No, that's Tommy. You making my point. They
Yeah, but that's
support
a man's fault.
No, they support the culture.
Yes, it is. She would not have
hold
done
on.
that had we have not told
watch,
her it was
we talked
okay.
about this. We talked about this on the panel with Precious. If I go to deal with Precious know I'm married, and I deal with her, and she don't go tell Chanel, they're supporting it conveniently. They're supporting it. They're engaging in the behavior. All we do is support. We women are here for our
Goofy.
pleasure.
Goofy.
We either gonna sleep with a
Goofy
woman
ass
for
shit.
sex,
This is why you can't
we
listen.
gonna deal with
This is
women
why
as
y'all should
a
not
married
listen to
woman.
these men. This is
All
why
right,
you
Kurt,
cannot
you got a
listen
rebuttal? Go
in.
ahead.
Go ahead, Kurt.
No, because shit that they say. Do you hear the they say, Trigger? Like, honestly, first you condemn hoes for being hoes, and then you turn around and say, "Okay, with having a wife and a side chick." Like, what the hell do y'all want?
That's on the men. I agree.
I'm
That's
telling
a fair
y'all.
question.
But he began the premise by saying that if every man can have it their way, they would like a wife and a side chick. That's what he literally said.
So is it women's
that
job to
means
make
it's
it?
on
Hold
the
on, hold on.
men and not the
Is it-
women.
Is it women's job to make us men?
It's on the men to make the choices to make a woman a side chick, though.
No, it's not a woman's job to make us a man.
It's her responsibility to show up as a
course
woman.
not.
That's her responsibility. It got nothing to do with us. That's her responsibility. Has nothing to do
But
with
she
me
has to
whatsoever.
be taught by a man, and
No, she has to grow up
women
into a
don't do
woman.
nothing without men.
It come to coaching.
Look, everything comes from men: food, water, shelter, and belief system, God, all that stuff. All that comes
According to
trickles
Priscilla.
down to men. So overall, what Kurz was saying makes I totally agree. Everything comes from what men. So if a man cheats on his wife and has a side chick, now the side chick is birth.
Okay.
If men did not have side chicks, there would be no side chicks. Women don't control nothing. I always say women are children. We give a child some candy, then the child gets fat. Who makes the child fat? The parent, not the child.
Curves,
So,
let me
brother-
answer the question for you. Go ahead. Now, go ahead, Ali. Go ahead.
No, so brothers got these podcasts because women listen to men. Like, since we give the instruction, women listen to that instruction. They listen to us telling them to be wives. We tell them to keep their legs closed. They don't follow none of them. They, from 16 to adulthood, they go,
Your daddy's got to do that.
I didn't
not
Nope.
podcasters.
These women are watching y'all podcast and cussing them out. I had one of the biggest podcasts, and I know they were watching my podcast to say he don't know what he talking about. He a coon, and he must not get no cat. Women are the disruptors naturally. They are there to do just what a child does: disrupt things that they don't want to do. I've been saying that.
Yep.
The whole idea of what a woman watches, she's not watching this and doing it. It is rare. That's why I was so happy when Chanel said what she said.
She's watching
That's
and
rare.
fussing.
The majority listens to rebut and debate. That's what they're doing, because if you put a woman in a position where she ain't comfortable, she gonna put a bunch of other women in position to go after you. They do it in the church. If you say something about sister so-and-so who in the front and she got any pull that she don't like what you said, she gonna turn that around and make you look bad. They have been doing this. Women have that power of making other people follow them if they're in a position to where they feel uncomfortable. They used to didn't be able to do this. It
Through
used to be-
victimhood. They
Yes.
look for ways
Thank
to be
you.
victims.
Thank you. Look at how they do these people now. They come out 20 years. Chris Brown beat me too. So why was it 90 women that done say Chris Brown done beat him? Because they know there's a paycheck in victimhood. And they know they can hurt the individual who gave them a name. Remember this, and I've always said it on all my shows. I've said this one thing, and it's true. Nobody can debate it. Men make women. Women don't make men. When Allen Iverson sleeps with a woman, that woman can go out and get a podcast and get a name just for being with him. You ain't gonna get none, no matter how fine a woman is. Your name ain't gonna boost up. Remember, Ray J slept with Kim Kardashian. They both slept with each other. Which one got rich?
Facts.
I mean, and honestly, Priscilla is a prime example of that. What Tommy Sotomayor just said. She was a prime example.
Yep.
What did she do? She came in, disrupted. All her followers came in with her, and and not once did they have like. And I watch, and again, and Curse kind of alluded to this. I watched them contradict themselves several times. I even when I asked Curves like what was the difference between what she said and what Trigger Mike said, and what was and what did you see? Everybody basically agreed with Curves and said, "Oh no, she right." But Trigger Mike did the exact same thing she did, and they just argued and disrupted.
Yep.
And it's our fault. But it's our fault. Look at what men are doing. When Trigger Mike says something, or I say something, or Mr. Let Go says something, or you, Sweeney, when you say something as a man, if you see a large crowd, it's hard to agree because we're all in the same group of trying to sleep with these women. And I got to stand out more than you did. So I'd rather find a place where I disagree with you. But women, even if they don't like each other, when they find a way that they can break down the castle door, if they all work together, you know what they do? They'll work together to get that castle door down. They'll decide how to divide the kingdom once they take over it. We as men won't sit there and do something as simple as that. Say, hey, these men are bringing attention to things that is a problem. There is no reason why we have so many black men talking about relationships, but no black men at all talking about being single fathers and trying to get custody or getting the rights to their children, because there are more of us being single fathers than there are of us being married. But why do we have conversations more about being married than being fathers? Because we know women are willing to come and listen to those conversations and pay for them. They ain't gonna pay for us talking about being men and taking control of our kids' lives. They won't listen to that.
We sure enough had a conversation.
It doesn't involve them, so that.
Oh, it involves.
Go ahead,
remember, this is the same group that says we need more y'all black men. If y'all took care of y'all kids, they wouldn't be doing this. Oh, it involves them, but they know that would be giving up the power they have. If more black men took care of their kids, they would have less power. That's why they don't push it. They only say it as a rebuttal or a disruptor. They only say take care of your kids, not because they want you to, but to try and belittle you.
See, life will be totally
They
different.
They wouldn't be
if
online
children
talking.
live with their fathers. Everything would be different if children live with their fathers. They don't want that. And the word "they" is the people selling to women don't want that, because if more men were raised right and more women were raised right, and they were raised under their fathers, they wouldn't be consumers. They wouldn't be buying wigs. They wouldn't be buying eyelashes. They would be saving their money because their daddy would be like, don't come to my house wearing that. What is this shit? No, you're not doing that. It won't be no OnlyFans. It will be nothing because their fathers won't have it.
The girls with OnlyFans have no fathers. Their mothers are okay with that OnlyFans check. A father will go out and work his hand. I do all kind of fuck shit to make sure my daughter doesn't have to. But her mother will allow her to do whatever. If you saw this show P Valley, and I don't watch hood shit, but P Valley proved my point. Mama was a Christian and was still willing to take daughter's money from stripping to help herself. Fathers, we won't do that. We will empty trash 24 hours a day to make sure our friends don't see our daughter being a hoe. We literally would.
Because her mother, just like you said earlier, because her mother was a hoe.
Yep.
I just wanted to add also, I do think, and I could be wrong, but I do think a lot of side chicks come from single mother homes. And I think that they feel as though using their body will actually get them that commitment from a man or get them that husband. And they're mistakenly wrong, of course, but I do believe that most of those types of women do try to use their body to get that commitment, where men are like, well, I'm going to take that, I'm going to use her body, get what I want, and make her think I want a relationship, but not actually give it to her. I do think
women do not want commitment, they want control.
And attention.
Women do not want commitment, they want control. As a matter of fact, the majority of women who are out here that are side chicks, it was a dude who loved them more than anything and wanted to marry them. They didn't want him. There are plenty of dudes out here, and they rarely talk. They're just broken-hearted dudes who, if they could come out and openly tell you, they have thrown themselves at women. That Mariah Mills, you think that Mariah Mills hadn't got a marriage proposal? You think that Brittany Renner hasn't gotten a marriage proposal?
Did. Not by the one she won.
Many times I said I would have married Brittany Renner and literally would have walked out and been like, I'll do it.
I would say most women literally have been proposed to 2-3 times. And they say no every time. Well, they get a ring and they leave.
Mr. Let Go, how many times have you heard a woman tell you, I've been engaged 3 times?
The engagement queens.
Virtually every unmarried woman will brag about, oh, I've been engaged 2 times, 3 times, 8 times.
That doesn't.
And Chanel, I want to say, hold on, Chanel, I want to say, sorry for getting your name wrong earlier. Just want to say that.
How'd you fuck up Chanel?
I said Chantel. I know 3 Chantels.
The prescription glasses. That's it.
I think we're giving men way too much credit when it comes to why women decide to be side chicks. It's saying that it's the desire of men. No, these women aren't doing this shit for men. They're doing it for the bag. That's the reality.
They're not doing it for men. They're doing it because of men. You're mistaking for versus cause. Men have refused to take responsibility because we've been raised by single mothers. If you take the responsibility out of a person's hand, you know what they didn't realize right then? That they had control. And that's the greatest trick that they've played on men, that you don't have control over what women are doing. Yes, you do. They won't put that back in your hand. If you notice that, and when you say we can't control what women do, there's no woman that comes to argue with you. Why is that?
But not even just that. It's like, look how much easier it is to be a side chick. They don't have to worry about the structure. By and large, they don't have to worry about kids. They don't have to worry about minding you all day. They know you're going to go back home and deal with the hard stuff with your wife. You got to finance and deal with the bills and manage raising your children, all that with your wife. They don't have to do that. It's very easy to offer sexual pleasure and just beat somebody in the head for a little while, talk to you for a little while, go out and do fun. When you with the side chick, you do all fun stuff all day. That's easy. Being a wife is a lot harder. These women are afraid of the structure sometimes. If you had a woman who has been dysfunctional her entire life, you can't just throw her into a situation where she has to have structure and discipline.
See what I'm saying?
Respect.
2 words. You said easy, then you said structure. See, structure means they got to submit. In order to be structured, you got to submit. And most of these women would rather walk over glass and fire before they submit. So it's not easier for them, because if you watch, women would rather fight over one man instead of all just be with that one man, since y'all know y'all fucking them. Why? Because they do not want that structure that will come with it. So you were right at the end part. Structure is what bothers them, because submittal is something that they don't want to do, because they've been taught that submittal is a 4-letter word.
Chanel, what you got to say? I say you shaking your head.
Let me just go real quick about that. I'm only saying this because it's easy, because that's what they've known all their life, right? That's been what they've learned. So if they've learned that their whole life, that's what's going to come easy to you. Go ahead.
Okay, that's fair. They're like religious. They're good at, because I was going to give the example of John Henry. Well, it was easier for John Henry to track down like that, because that's what he had known. But it's hard for him to beat the steam machine, which does it automatically. But the best example is many of y'all got grandparents who just won't touch the internet. It's easier, but they're not used to it.
Chanel, I see her shaking her head. I gotta hear what she thought. What her thoughts are.
I was only laughing at Tommy's when he said women rather fight over the man than share him. So I thought that was funny. But I did want to say, Sweeney, I think you said earlier that with side chicks or something like that, I think only now there's an actual reward to being a side chick. Like Tommy and everyone else said, you get podcasts, you get deals and all that. But I still stand by what I said. I think prior to, maybe not the internet, but prior to all the rewards and accolades of being a side chick, I think these women wanted at least the provision of the man, if not try to get the man to marry them. some women are like, yeah, I took your husband from you and all that. And I really do think that that's one
They
of
want to
their
take him.
goals.
Yeah, okay, let's get it. Me and you. They want to take him, yes, because women are actually more competitive than men. A lot of people don't know this. Women are more competitive in that instance than men are. That why do you think there are so many more videos of you seeing women fighting than men? That should tell you something. Women are way more competitive than men are. So women want to see you lose what you have, not actually gain what you have. Women like to see you lose your job. They don't want to take their ass in there and work your job. They just don't want you to have a job. You know, you see, women don't want what you have. They just don't want you to have it.
Well, Tommy,
that's not true, man. Come on, bro.
That doesn't really mean that they're competitive,
Get him
though.
out of here.
That means they're disruptive and not competitive.
See, I know it's hard. A lot of stuff I say is difficult. Like you say, oh, there ain't no way. But then you start thinking about your own life and you realize there are a lot of women who are like that.
Maybe not in the man context, but definitely the job context. I'm like, okay, girl.
They don't want your job. They just don't want you to work. They don't want the stuff you have. They just don't want you to have it.
But doesn't that mean that they're disruptive and not competitive?
That's what I've been saying. Well, look,
want you to do
competitive
well
means they want.
compete
I'll say
with
this to you. When remember when I said disruptive earlier, yes.
Yeah.
But what I mean by competitive is they know. Remember, if you're married and you're married to a man and he's a doctor and a lawyer, somebody looks at them, especially if y'all went to school together and y'all are all friends. This is how it works. They look and say, so when are you next? As a matter of fact, girls all know this. When one friend of the friend group gets married, they look at the next friend and say, so who's next? So that's the competition that they're feeling. And they don't want to feel that competition. So if I can fuck up your marriage, it's easier to do that than me to try to replicate your marriage.
God damn.
Overall, women
y'all don't hear me?
think being
God damn.
something.
Listen, is it not easier to tear down a house
than to build a house? Than build a house.
Sweet as I can't stand this nigga.
Y'all, wow. All right, let me get to these super chats, y'all. We got a lot of them. Let me get to these super chats. All right. Royalty says, Princella, most astute person on the panel. B Love says, Princella, do you secretly want to be a man? Trucker Yale, $5. Women lose because of themselves. Nobody stopping y'all from winning but y'all. And it's sad as hell. Let's be 1000% honest. I don't know how to say it. Fananel, $10. Beautiful sharing of the divine knowledge. Princella, top of the pyramid. Much love. I'm not going to say it. King Kunta, $5. All hail, Princella. Go Queen, the Bonobo street sweeper. King
What the hell
Kunta.
is the bonobo?
Oh, sorry. It's a monkey. It's a type of monkey.
Oh, wow.
That's racist. That's racist.
Oh, but
Hey,
Mr.
bro,
Lego.
there's no limit they won't. There's no level they won't go
Mr.
to.
Lego. Now, are you seeing what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You wasn't in the chat, bro.
Wow.
I was in it, bro. This is
Nah, I was monitoring the chat, bro. That shit was.
Bro,
that shit
every
was-
last one of those women left as soon as she did. But I'm telling you, I was in the chat. Most of that shit was straight up. What they got a misandry. Like it was quoting Cynthia G talking about some. Yeah, I ain't having no more black babies, black boy babies either. Like,
but here's the funny part: they're lying.
That's why I told you, Trigger Mike, you gotta let me up here. I saw that. What he's saying he saw, I saw it. I didn't understand it.
It was wow.
But the thing about it is we can't give idiots attention. They're here to see us. We're not here to see them. I don't look at the chat because I'm the star, not them. You don't want to make the chat the star. Just keep that in mind.
Nah,
No, I think what he's saying though is we have to combat some of. This is why I read. A lot of people get mad at me. We have to combat what they think they're getting away with.
No, let them get away with it in the chat. They're bottom
Well, meaning this, she walks away, especially when she takes her audience. In her opinion, she's won, and in the opinion of the people who are left watching it, they think she's won. You have to remember, people are easily influenced. They're like children. And I know you may see it differently, and I understand. But yes, you are who they're watching. But when someone jumps up onto your panel, they're there to do a couple of things. One, they want your audience.
Steal your audience.
So that's what they're there for. So like he was saying, when you have a bunch of her people in there spreading the fact that she winning and she got y'all, she clowns y'all, she winning, the people that y'all already had start thinking that that's true.
But my whole point is it doesn't matter unless we allow it to matter, because they are in the chat. They're here to see us. So if we give that attention, then she did win. We just went on with the show.
No. The reason why I brought up the chat was because when I kept saying that Priscilla was a misandrist, you kept denying and saying no, she isn't. But I can tell by
what I was saying is I just want to accept, just like I said, I accept BG. I don't agree with what BG, how it was acting or whatever, but we got to accept people for who they are. That's all I'm saying.
He's saying you have
I was just saying that she's a misandrist. Now, if you want to accept that, that's what she is.
He's acknowledging he wants everyone to know what that is. If you have a pedophile,
but that's giving her more attention. Just let her be.
That's what he is.
But what I'm saying is just let the woman just be on the panel and instead of calling her names, just because in my opinion, that's being disrespectful, calling a person, you're this. Just hang out with a person.
But
I can hang out with a drug dealer or whatever. I don't care.
If I came on here and said and displayed a certain behavior, and you called the behavior what it is based on the definition of what that behavior is, I didn't call. It's not. That's not disrespectful.
Either be in a room with somebody and cohabitate with them, or get out of the room. Calling the person something is disrespectful. You have the choice to say, I don't want to be in a room with this whatever ist, right? But when you say, hey, you're a racist or whatever ist, now you're being disrespectful. Just leave the room if you don't like the person.
What if you can't call the person? Not the person like in religion. I grew up a Baptist, so not that you call the person anything, but a sin is a sin. And if that's a sin, calling out the sin is not calling out the person, it's calling out the behavior.
Right.
But what's the purpose of calling out the behavior?
Well, you call it out because
if you're
because people are watching and they don't know,
woman, what's the use of calling the stuff out that you're like? Just have conversation with them.
Because if people are watching, they need to know what that is, and what that
if
looks
they
like.
Want to follow it, at least they know
that was open misandry.
But instead of saying you're a misandrist, just ask more questions and say, yo, is there a reason why? Because that's what I was doing. Is there a reason why you keep talking mess about men? Like, where is that coming from? Let her call herself.
The person doing the thing ain't gonna call that thing out. If you have a conversation with a person doing that thing, no matter what question you ask, they will never say it's that.
But calling a person or whatever it is one, giving that person attention, and two, is disrespectful. Welcome the person on the panel.
So somebody came on here saying I hate N-words, and we said that's racist.
That's
we're gonna sit here really,
you know what?
We're gonna say that's disrespectful to say that that's racist.
If you don't like what the man said, you either leave the panel or you look at Trigger Mike and be like, "Yo,
he's not saying he don't like it. He's just saying he
didn't like her. I just called it what
leave
it was.
the panel is what I'm saying.
I don't have to. Mr. Lego.
Right now. If I don't label him, my daughter be to mess around and put him in a cereal.
What's wrong with just, like I said, Trigger Mike is running the panel. If the person on the panel is whatever it's on Trigger Mike, not on us to call it out. We either stay or leave. Because he's running the
word. Let me ask you something, Mr. Let Go. Let me ask you something seriously. Is the word wife a descriptor?
Yes.
Is it disrespectful to call a woman a wife?
If she isn't a wife, it would somewhat be strange, but not disrespectful.
But if she is a wife,
but if she is one,
no.
And I said you're a wife.
That's not a negative connotation.
No. The person is saying it's not negative. If someone tells me, I don't mind when people point out that what I'm saying is that thing. You don't have to take it as negative. Let me give you a perfect example of that. The word ignorant. A lot of dumbass people get bothered by the word ignorant. But if you don't know or have not been exposed to something, you are ignorant of it.
Yeah.
So a lot of people take words that aren't disses as disses. Just like a lot of women have gotten mad. I had a girl who was a friend of mine. She said her friend stopped being her friend, and she called her and asked her, "Why'd you stop being my friend?" She said, "Because every damn time you talk about your man, you got to say my husband this, my husband that, like another bitch ain't worth getting a husband or something." Like she got mad at her own friend because her friend kept referring to her man as my husband. Now, was her friend rubbing it in? I don't know. But that was her husband. When I go out and when I say, "I'm going to the mansion," you might get mad that I'm saying that, but isn't that where the fuck I live? So somebody might take it as disrespectful, but that's the problem. It's their problem. Because if you labeled it what it actually was, why are you mad? Imagine being mad at your friend for wearing gray shorts because he got a big penis and you don't. Imagine. You pissed off. Nigga, it's disrespectful you wearing them gray jogging pants.
But that goes right along with my point, though. Don't call it out. Either stay in the room or leave. Calling it, you just proved my point. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying you should accept
just
if
hang
he
out,
goes,
have a conversation, or either I'm getting out of here. I don't agree with
he
the
should
person.
not have a problem, and you shouldn't have a problem. He shouldn't have
My
to.
whole point is it's disrespectful when you start calling a person a name instead of accepting the person for who they are. I started the whole conversation off because we started talking about BG. I don't have a problem with BG, but I ain't gonna hang with BG. But all of a sudden, but at the same time, allow the person to be who they are.
But did you
They
call him
used
gay?
to call me Polo in college. Do you know
didn't
why?
call him gay?
I never call him gay.
You said he was a G.
I said if
He was a
BG
G.
wants to BG, let BG be G.
And you wouldn't say he's a G.
I literally said, if BG wants to be G, let BG be G.
And if
He
she
said,
wants
"Let
to
him be
be a
whatever he wants."
misandrist,
I
she can
actually
be a
agree with him.
misandrist.
He said, "Let him be whatever that man is. Let him be."
her be
But what I'm saying
misandrist.
is, when I was in college, people used to call that like people didn't even know my name. They would just call me Polo because I kept wearing a bunch of polos. I didn't take it as a diss though. They were just calling what they saw. Like there are many people whose nickname is literally what people saw. Tell me I'm lying.
Yeah, my nickname is Black.
I get it. Y'all better go to bed.
It's what they saw, and that's what they called you. And you never took offense to it.
I got you. But I'll talk to y'all later. I'm about to take my ass to bed.
All right, let me get these super chats, man. Let me get these super chats. Erica sent $2. Appreciate that. Chad Poole, Charleston White, where you at, bruh? DeVal Moffat, $5. But men are a resource to women because of the inability to get food, agriculture, hunting, mining. Your ideology skipped important steps, Ms. Princell. I was going to kind of cook on that because I'm the host, so I ain't want to go in too deep. That's why I was like, do women create their own resources? The hell would they do with it? You could turn it all over to women tomorrow. What are they going to do with iron ore?
You a better host than me, sir.
What percentage of female farmers are
you
there?
a good host because I would have lost the host hat and became the debater because that's what I kept seeing.
I even broke some of my own rules because I even cut off because I wasn't supposed to go ask some of the questions that I asked, but I was like, nah.
Trigger. She said, and the funny thing is that if you left the resources to women, this is what people don't understand. I say this all the time. Resources on the planet Earth are finite. They're finite.
Yep.
So if you took away all men and you left nothing but women on the planet, there's still 4 billion women on the planet. What are they gonna do? They're gonna fight over resources. It may be a little bit easier because they don't have to fight men for the resources, but they're gonna fight over resources.
But
They
there would
do it
still
all the
be a
time.
hierarchy of women who would take most of that shit.
Take most of that shit. It's like
And like
humans
he
are
said,
still.
who's going to mine the iron ore? They will still always need men. Even if they had the area which had all the material, there's a reason why you ain't never seen a skyscraper being built in America and a bunch of women walking across them. I want all y'all to go do me a favor. Go look and see if you've ever seen it. Go look at skyscraper being built and see if you see women walking the beams. You don't.
And I bullshit you now. This is not to discredit anything that women provide to society, because I just found it was. That's why I had to call out the misandry when I seen it, because I'm like, you're openly advocating. You openly spoke shit, talk shit about men, and then back that up by saying, well, men and women ain't shit. Black men and black women haven't been doing anything right. So why did you open the conversation with what men should be doing?
Thank you.
Well,
Can I
that's
just say something before I head off?
Go ahead, Chanel.
Just
Go ahead,
because
Chanel.
the testosterone, it's too much. There were 1 and 2 points that I agreed with Princella, but for the majority of what she said, I actually disagreed with. And I really do think that hopefully her audience can see that life will be much easier with a well-vetted man, not a Pookie and Ray Ray. But if you pick and you take your time and choose a good man to submit to and get married to, then you don't even have to be the independent woman that is sacrificing her happiness because now you let the man in your life. You'll actually have an easier life with a good man. So I do think you should call out bad behaviors or good behaviors, because if her audience is trying to understand her message, but then here's a rebuttal and here's something that's different, perhaps they can actually get the truth because you call out the actual behavior. So with that
They can
being
make an informed decision.
That's the
they
part
can make an informed decision. So
That's
with
the
that
part
being said, have a
that-
good night, guys. It was so nice talking to everyone.
No, it's always a pleasure. Thank you for coming through.
that's the part where we kind of dropped the ball, though. If we
Yeah,
to
we
the
fucked up.
audience, because
We fucked up.
for the people that might not still be familiar with her, for the people that's going into the future with this type of learning and indoctrination, we could have kind of dissected everything respectfully, and we dropped the ball in having a conversation. We got in emotions, and it kind of backfired and made us look a certain way, even if we were right, you know.
Yeah, we fucked up.
Yeah, that's what tends to happen with men. Anyway, you fight back, you screwed, you quiet, you screwed.
Hey, you
And
can't
I'm
fight
gonna
back
be
with
real
you
with y'all, fellas.
with a
I'm gonna be
woman.
real with y'all.
Gay for arguing with a woman.
We
Like
not-
we can't.
we
like,
not-
think about
we
it,
not
Ali.
gonna-
When you and me went at it, nobody thought either one of us was anything about it. When we were
Yeah.
disagreeing, nobody
Of
thought
course.
a fucking thing.
Of
But if
course.
you were a woman and I was a woman,
Mhm.
we would have been looked at as we're abusing the other one by questioning them.
Yeah. But we have to be able to put everybody that disagrees on the table and be able to have a respectful civil conversation to get to the result. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? No
Yes.
matter what you think, we got to be able to get
Agreed.
in the same room and have a conversation respectfully. And I'll take a L on my chin as well too, because I used to go through similar experiences as well too, things that I did, but we have to have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of our emotions and regardless of the truth of what we may be telling and making it personal instead of attacking the argument, we went straight at each other and it derailed the conversation.
Well,
you know?
I don't want to say too much, but I'll just say this. And there are people who know, and there are people who know. When you hear these women, and I think it's one of the most disrespectful things to hear these women talk about men and belittle men. When the majority of these women got our OnlyFans or they've been selling their cat to men. Y'all men are helping these women live day to day. And she's one of those women who live day to day off men. And then turn around and say how men ain't this and ain't that. That shows how weak we men are. Y'all will listen to, what was it, that woman that claimed she got hit in the face with a brick. That woman
Yeah,
literally,
we just call it brick face.
she put men down all the time. And yet you had men coming at me when I called that when it first happened. I said, well, this ain't real. This fake. You look like you hit a woman. I was like, why are these dudes coming at me? So then when it comes out it's not true, well, she's $40,000 richer after you realize it's not true. How many of you men could have done that? Said that I hit you. Anybody hit you. I've been hit a few times. You think I could make a GoFundMe and get any money for it? No. It's our fault.
But this thing, Tommy, there's things you are extremely intelligent. There's things you can do and change up a little bit where you get way more abundance, a bigger audience than what you do. Like there's times you like when you're like this, you're like perfect to me. You attack the argument. You ain't attacking nothing else but the actual information. And there's other times, you know what you do. People try to dissect you and say you're this and that because what you're giving them the ammunition to talk about that. That's all I'm saying. Like if you do something, they go, oh, look, there he goes. That's what he's doing. Where
but have you noticed they never can give me this argument? When you listen to what you're saying, you attack the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it has to be another person in front of me. If you're taking a video of me talking to a video and saying he's not attacking the argument, well, I actually did, but you brought up that I called her a hair-hatted hooligan in the process. But
Right.
she's wearing a wig, which I called a hair hat. She's doing a hooligan thing by tearing up something. I'm not even wrong when you have a problem with it. It's just like I brought up in my show last night, and everybody paused when I said it. There's a pro-black chick who's got a white daddy who everybody accepts her, saying that she pro-black and can't stand white people. I said, why is it that y'all accept her hating her daddy, but as soon as I say something you don't like, you say I must hate my mama? If we're accepting people who hate their parent, the mixed person who says, I don't like white people, they hate one of their parents. Do they not?
Yeah.
So why is it black folks accept that? But then when I say something about black women, they tell me my mama's black, therefore I can't say anything about it. It makes no sense. And everybody paused when I said that. They said, I never thought about it that way. And I'm saying, go ahead.
I think you're absolutely right. But I think as men, when we say we weak, we not taking no action. We well beyond talking. But if we're going to talk, there's a way we have to communicate in order to have the conversations. All I'm saying, we're well beyond talking. When you say men are the problem, I'll concede to what you're saying when you're saying we're not implementing action. There's things we need to be doing versus talking about. We shouldn't be talking. We're way beyond this conversation. But if we're going to have a conversation to bring women up, then we have to have a conversation a certain way. Is all I'm saying. You're right.
I have them when they come. If you watch,
I know you do. I know. I seen you. I think I seen you do. Everybody had a moment.
You have to understand that the majority of them know they don't have to have the conversation because they know you're on an end where you can't win. Like how Trigger Mike said, one of the first things they're going to do is look at you and say, "Well, you're talking that way to a woman." Now, if I was talking that way to a man, I'd win. So this woman can walk up to me and throw ice in my face. You niggas are going to sit up there and cheer for it. That's the problem. Men could stop that. Y'all, we as men watch a woman assault a man and we'll make fun of the man.
I don't think we can't be the okay, same thing as this when we talk about the United States and we're law-abiding citizens. If this is the way the country is ran and we're following the law, we can't be the problem. If people are given incentives to live this way by the court system, by the law, then we can't be the problem is all I'm saying. Now, if we're talking about at the core, when people are supposed to revolt, when people are supposed to go against the system, when we're supposed to get together as men and completely dismantle this and start back over, I'm with you 100%. But if we're following the law and they have the incentives to do what they're doing, then they have the right to do that now.
I like what you said. I'm gonna end that part with this. There's a group of people, and I talk about it all the time, Mexicans in California. They were illegal Mexicans in California. And you know what they had this thing called? A day without Mexicans. The law stated that they couldn't ask for raises because they were illegal. They couldn't ask for medical because they were illegal. So you know what they did? They didn't work.
Boy,
they said, we'll show you what it is that we're worth by not doing the job you expect us to do. Now imagine if one day or for 1 month, every man around the United States said, I'm not paying child support. The system would crash. So I hear what you're saying about the system, but the people in the cogs involved in the system, I don't know how many of y'all got computers, but I'm pretty sure y'all have had problems where your whole computer crashed because one small thing crashed. And if men started realizing you have the power like women do, because women love to tell you they won't give you no cat or they won't do this to make sure you act right. Well, men could literally say the same, but because men don't like other men, as soon as I say, none of us are going to pay on first dates to sleep with a woman. You know who's going to start paying on first dates? Niggas who ain't used to getting pussy. Mm-hmm. They know scab players are going to cross the line. That's the best example I can give. Scab players amongst men will always cross the picket line, and they know it. They're betting on it because we don't have solidarity. We don't have it.
I agree with that.
My bad, Trigger. We've been interrupting you on the super chats. Go ahead, bro.
Still low key. Y'all spitting fire though. Y'all spitting fire. $2. Did I hear Matrix? Now she sounds like Andrew Tate. Trucker yell. Trigger Mike, we pulling you to the front of the congregation. Uh-oh. Why would you bring Pastor Pimp on the panel, good sir? T.O. $5. Not pushing marriage, but still married. Makes sense.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We could have, man.
Dub will. Bruiser was actually right. But that's my strategy. You got to let women talk long enough. They will contradict themselves, bro.
Yes.
Man, bro, she did it several times on this panel, and it didn't slow her down at all.
Yeah, but one of y'all, and that's what I hate that Mr. Let Go was saying. Oh, you just let them talk. No, you don't. You stop them where you caught them.
Yes, I'm with Tommy. And you
that's
go
what I did
straight,
several times.
Just watch. All the married men that was on the panel, if you're promoting people not to get married and you married, they would have tore the man alive if they did that. When you're sitting on a panel and she's advocating for women to stay away from men, you don't get no benefits from men. Men are incapable of love. And I asked her, do you have a child? Yes. Is he a great father? Yes. So does he love her? No, he cares for her. No, he loves her. And why haven't you divorced them if you don't benefit from him? Because women are divorcing men. The only reason why you stay married is if you're benefiting from the marriage. You are literally married, and you're telling women to stay away from men, and they're incapable of love while you're co-parenting with a man.
She used that man for when she needed. That man was there for when she needed him. That's what y'all need to understand. The truth is, when nobody was dealing with her, that man was there. She then got on her feet with this stupid internet stuff, and now she doesn't need him. And many of y'all men have been used like that, where y'all caught a woman where she was at her worst. You came in there to play Captain Saberhole with your damn cape on, and after you were done, she then went and told the world she didn't need you when she actually did.
But that's why I say, Tommy, and we agree. We'll have more conversations. I'm gonna try to find you, but I see what they
reach out to me, man. I have everything I do is on Rumble.
I'm gonna do an after party right after this.
Yeah, Tommy goes live on Rumble like 5 times a day. I get the notification
Mesopotamia,
multiple times a day. I'm like, there's no way he's doing.
Prostitute is the oldest occupation.
Talk all the time on fucking DM. I be looking forward to your damn DM, and when you send out shit, I be looking forward to you. So
yeah, I'm gonna start back. So
I want to ask one question.
Hold on, real quick, sweetie.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, bro. My bad. Go ahead, bro. My bad. Go
people
ahead,
off again.
I'm reacting to the chat. I'm reacting to the chat. My bad, bro. I'm reacting to the chat.
Nigga like this, I'm trying to hear.
And I'm
reacting to the chat. I'm reacting to the chat, bro.
What's wrong with you?
I'm trying to push the dark skinned man as God. Let me get to that point.
Bro, I forget y'all even talking. That's how deep I be in the chat, bro.
So prostitution, we know is the oldest occupation, right?
Yes.
Mistresses and prostitution, hoes were not. They were always been praised since the beginning of time. You either a hoe, mistress, concubine, prostitute, and you just stayed in your lane. We've always been honoring these things because women are here to pleasure men. Whether you're having sex with me or whether you're my wife, it's her responsibility to pick the lane. It's not our responsibility outside of you being a father that's in a household. If that woman isn't fighting you, making you fight for your kids, and that woman isn't going against how you're trying to make that household run. That's why I say when the women want to change and when the women seeing what's happening, we knew what a hoe was in middle school. They knew what a hoe was in middle school. When they decide to alter their behaviors, when women are working, then they'll become wives. Men are still about the community. Men are still about responsibility. Men do fight for their kids. We just don't speak about it but she can go to another man. She can go fight with the judge, a man that's not me, even though he didn't have a kid with her. But she won't fight. She make me fight for my kid, and the judge go, okay, I honor exactly what you said. I put him on child support. I'll go garnish his paycheck. Actually, I'm gonna go pick him up from wherever he's at, and I'm gonna go put him in prison. You know what I'm saying? So it's their responsibility to be wives. I can't make you a wife. I can't control you. You told me I can't control you. That's why I say they have to opt to want to be a wife. Once they all decide, and like you said, Tommy, you already said it. I talked about this in the other panel. When women start calling each other out for being deceitful and cheating instead of sharing a man, then all these things will be fixed. Or just acknowledge our nature and just acknowledge you either my wife or you get a knife. That's it.
Well, it used to be a thing, though. That's why I was saying, like, these women love bringing up the Bible, and then they forget that David and Solomon both had concubines. So they forget that these men weren't faithful to one woman; they took care of women. And if you look in the Black community, it makes no sense that they'll claim there are very few good men, but then you want to take that good man and have him to yourself. Let me explain how stupid that is. These are the same people who believe that once you become a celebrity and you make a bunch of money, you should share the wealth with the community. So why aren't you sharing the dick with the community? Why aren't you sharing the father with the community?
That's what I said.
Think about it. It's easier to have a father around all the mothers of his kids, and they all stay in the same place, than it is for y'all to be all over the country.
Hey, Tommy, they're already doing it, just not publicly.
Thank
Even
you.
though it's
No,
public,
that's what
even though
I
it's
said.
public,
They
even though it's
do
made,
it.
even though it's public.
But you remember what I said to the guy? I said they
yeah.
don't like the idea of order, because order means you got to have some kind of discipline and accountability. They would rather fight over that guy than work to make it work with that guy.
Right.
I think it's
Ain't that-
because they've been told that being disruptors is normal. They get a kick out of disrupting shit. Why do you think you see so many videos of black women walking in Popeyes just acting a fucking fool? I'm not even trying to be funny. The fun that they're having is disrupting. And if you look at the powers that be, if your black ass walked and did what they did, you get shot by the police. If you look at most of the things that black women do in public, if a black man did the exact same thing, he'd be murdered, and everybody would say it was okay. So they're sanctioning them to be disruptors. That's why when George Floyd dies, the main people they show out protesting and throwing shit in and twerking in front of the cops are black women. Y'all ever notice that? And what do they throw up in y'all face when you don't say something they don't like? Or when you say something they don't like? What do they say? Well, we'll stop protesting for y'all. Well, you protested for George Floyd. Did it bring George Floyd back? You protested for Mike Brown. Did it bring Mike Brown back? All the men black women claim they protested for, do you know who got paid for it? Black women. Black Lives Matter. Patrice Cullors. Nothing but white, black women, and Jewish men got paid. No black men did. None. So after deaths of black men, no black men made any money. Make that make sense.
Hold on. I got go ahead, Trigger.
Dub Will, $5. Am I the only one that heard Princella say she teaches the occult? She's teaching these chicks to be on that witchcraft. Rebel Rose, $20. Sad the men is triggered by the woman king. I say the women that agrees with her ideology, I encourage them to follow her. And all women pray that America remains a first world country. In 50 years, the results will reveal. Black Queen, $10. Stupid and fat, typical fragile male. When egos are bruised, you gaslight with insults. Princella's followers are highly intelligent. We are saying no to your bull and abuse. Stop cutting her off.
You know what I found interesting? I got called fat several times by her followers. I got called broke. I got called every name, but I even got
called gay and black and broke. Those are
every
the three
name but a child of God. But when somebody talks about
it's what women do, bro. They don't say stop assaulting me because I wouldn't do it to you. They say stop assaulting me so I can do it
and do it
and do it. It's one of the weirdest revelations I've ever made in my life. We need to stop giving women this angel concession, thinking that they're calling for soft hands because it's something they wouldn't do in return. No, it's like the Hunger Games, bro. You know the end of it when the woman, you thought she was trying to end the Hunger Games because it was barbaric and abusive. No, women are more likely, they just want to be the abuser. That's all. They just want to be the abuser.
I got one question because I'm not actually familiar with Priscilla's platform. Can I just want anybody on here familiar with her platform?
She went from,
it's been several things.
She went from promoting black people to going all, now she's completely promoting the fact she says that men and women are naturally homosexual and then they were pushed to come together.
Why does everybody go from like black nationalists to this shit? Like,
because you get one of us to kill one of us to say it was one of us. You got to make us go against each other. We go from,
you know what they all got in common? They all were hurt. I can tell.
No. Hold on.
I want to ask y'all this question. I want to ask everybody who's watching.
Wait. I had a follow-up question to that. The reason why I brought that up. Does she invite men kind of like herself
but
from
she,
the opposite
but
end?
she goes on. She won't have an actual dialogue. She'll get you there to ask you questions, and you just sit there, and she just says whatever she wants to say. And when you say something, you cut her off. So you can't have an actual dialogue. It's always
like
a monologue.
Blacks do.
And if she gets on a panel full of intellects and people are going to have a conversation, that's why I wish we didn't do what we did today, because now it's justified that we ran her away. When you ask certain questions, then she's going to leave. Once it becomes intellect versus intellect, then she leaves. But because it's when you having a sensible conversation, when you know men and women are to their bones, that the woman's pelvic bone is made to have a child, and they're men and women to their bone, you can't debate whether men and women are born men and women. So you have to ask her. She's about data supposedly, and she's about truth. So you have to ask factual conversations. We can't make it emotional. We can't personalize it. We have to go. What Tommy said. As soon as you see what she just said, you stay right there. You don't go and here go because it's like everybody going for the win instead of going like, hey, that's the truth right there. The game's over. That means
when I told her she could bounce, she legitimately saw that.
You shouldn't have done that though. You should.
God damn. God damn.
You
gave her a way out, bro.
You gave her a way out.
And
let me put it to you this way. You called out her first contradiction. You called it out. So you were like, with patience. That's the game we got to play as men. With patience. Remember, it's to our advantage to let them talk. Because MLG, I don't know what it is about his voice, but it's almost antagonizing. But he was saying what you eventually said. He's like, "Oh, you're going around in circles. You're saying the same thing." That's when I'm like, "Yeah."
But
she's probably going to corner herself, and then you called it out.
She had the right to speak. If she's invited here or if she came here, then she has the right to speak without being interrupted, even if it was the worst person in history. She had the right to speak.
Let me even tell you how I do it as a host, because it's hard to manage this many people. The only thing I truly have a problem with is when somebody doesn't cut you off and you cut them off. Like, you know what I mean? I wait. People do the cutoff thing, and sometimes you
Trigger Mike. I ain't gonna let Trigger Mike. You can,
but
do,
I will never let
Trigger Mike. You can't let go tell people to shut up and all that stuff, man.
Do you know why? Rather than taking them down from the show,
you ain't got to take them down.
Hold on. I've watched on playback, talking to him and getting like it makes him go more. So literally, that's why I said.
But listen. That's disrespectful to the panelists, Trigger Mike. Come on.
No, I'm using intellect here, bro. Like literally.
I know what I know. But if you hope,
the more you say, man, be quiet,
Mike,
shut up.
We can't push leadership and order, and then we let him do that. We can't.
No, but I'm saying if we be quiet, he'll be quiet. That it's a tactic, bro. Other than taking him off the show, you know what I mean? That's the only way to make it work. I've tried for several weeks. So it's almost as if you just got to stop engaging. That's really what
you think not shaming the person and walking away from him is worse is better than actually making an example of him. Hey man, you don't talk to people like that and come down.
And he would not have stopped.
Then he got to go.
He would not have stopped.
Well, Trigger Mike, if you come to my show, he on there, he can't tell you to shut up.
Well, I mean, for on a personal panel, we can remove him, but you know.
No, he can't.
Now, granted, Ali is right though, because here's how that whole thing transpired, and this is what I didn't like about how they were saying that we wasn't letting her speak. Ali was actually, conversing with her, and she was making a point, and then Mr. Lego started interrupting her, and all Ali kept trying to tell Mr. Lego to do was,
but he was doing that all the time. He was interrupting her the whole
let
time.
her speak.
If she wrong, let her be wrong. Let her communicate.
No, so so now I know what y'all are talking about. Let the host do it, because I was doing it all night. Because the only part I don't like is that when you do it, that's because remember he didn't tell me to shut up.
Okay,
he told you.
We could bet $100 you let go interrupt her almost 50 billion times. He just kept interrupting her,
No, but I was like, let go, chill, let go, chill. Let me get it. But remember, the tactic was if nobody says nothing to him,
y'all can't mute him. He can't be muted.
No, come on.
No, my dumb ass muted him 3 times. He just unmute and start doing that shit again. That's why I said, like, this shit is crazy. But let me get these super chats. Johnny K, $2. Women get scammed the most despite their intellect.
Right.
My man, Black Man Unfiltered, $5. How were you incubated on Mars in a Pepsi can? You don't exist without your father's pecker. It took his masculinity stud maker. Pat Hip, $2. She needs intensive psychotherapy. Brain damaged. Caesar's Palace, $2. Women have always been spoils of war for 1,000 years. They have.
Yes, absolutely. They are the biggest beneficiary.
So what we really see is that they're trying to change the narrative with misdirection and say that they don't have resources because somebody gave you. Still lost. No matter how you explain it, you always lose as long as men.
No.
Well, that's why you gotta catch them right there. You can't let them keep going. There are people who listen who might believe that shit.
But just address facts. They're the most homeless. They're the most in poverty. even versus a black father. They're the most put in nursing homes. They have the highest debt in student loans. That's why people advocate men not to marry women that graduated from college. They have the most debt. And then they create, when they have kids out of wedlock and they refuse to let that father be the leader, it destroys the family. A single father has just as much a success rate as a two-parent household. We know that. All the people the women are deleting more babies, creating more kids that's murdering, deleting, creating more kids that's graping, having more kids that's dropping out from school, having more kids that's having kids out of wedlock than anyone. It's single mothers. But it's just telling the truth. It's wanting better because this is the funny thing about all of them. They're pushing for men to stay away from men after they made all these mistakes, when that's what father said. Don't have sex with a man. Don't connect to a man. Don't entertain a man unless he's going to take care of you. That's what you're telling
tell
these
our
women.
daughters that. We did tell our daughters that.
But they're telling you what we told them from the beginning and say,
Yeah.
no, we don't hate y'all. The best way, Tommy, you know why I said we don't control it? The only way you can dictate if this woman is actually a good woman is attempting to be intimate. And for her to prove that she just don't have sex on the first date. She doesn't have sex with any guy. She has to prove to you that she don't sleep with everyone. If she fails the test, she was a hoe. Or you just that special.
Indeed.
But
Arthur Gilliam.
Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead real quick.
I was gonna say, and to Tommy's point is that we keep going, like she tried to use that the resource talking point. And like you said, Trigger Mike, they are the biggest beneficiaries of men going to war with one another. Our women are the biggest beneficiary of that, because you're not going to go out there on the front lines and fight that other group of people for that shit. You're going to send us out there. We're going to bring the shit home to you.
Amen.
But if Tommy is right,
like the French did to the Germans.
But if Tommy is right, at the end of the day, and the people we need to address is the men in this country, the men in power.
You remember I said that earlier.
That's why I said to the core, you're right. We instead of going to women, we need to go to men.
I know women are.
I would actually
like me and Trigger Mike and a lot of us, we sit down and the people who got kids, we can talk about our kids, and I bet we can agree on our kids probably do some of a lot of the same shit. And especially if you're men and you have daughters, we know we'll let our daughters get away with a lot of the same shit. But if we then sit back and said, how do we stop this shit? It's us.
How many times do we sit men go, hey, that man better do everything my daughter says, then turns right back and go, women need to submit to men. Like we're raising the women that's hurting our sons, and we're hurting civilizations. On one hand, you go,
and that's the thing. If we were raising them, we'd have a better outlook. Because one thing we teach, like my daughter, I think my daughter's gonna make somebody a good wife. I just hate the fact that she's not gonna run into a bunch of good men.
Did you tell her she got to submit?
Well, yes, because she's used to being spoiled by her dad, but she also, if I raise my voice to my daughter, do you know what she does? Cry.
Cries. I knew you was.
Her mother raises her voice to her. You know what she does?
Laugh.
No, raise back. They go back. They about to
yes, they raise it back.
Oh,
so she is one of those people. But do you know the majority of girls who are raised by single mothers? Do you know who they raise their voices to? Men, not women. They respect their mama. They afraid of their mama. They ain't afraid of no man at all.
That's the biggest lie that we violent, but we the ones you poking at, and the first person you call when you need somebody to be violent.
Yeah.
Thank you. I tell people all the time, I believe lions are violent. Therefore, I don't fuck with them at the zoo.
Yeah. Arthur Gilliam, $10. Why are you giving her a platform? Just ignore her. Without our energy and followers, will die out soon. Stop asking her questions. Let her talk. She isn't saying anything. Giovanna, $2. Mr. Let Go is the weakest link. Black Queen, $10. Stop cutting Queen Princella off. You are proving her point about how savage males are. You invite her here, let her speak, and shut it till she's done.
We are savage as hell. We savage. As long as you're going to
acknowledge the truth. Yeah. So die, $2. Why don't y'all fight white men the way you fight black women?
What? See, they use these same misdirections.
Let me get to them, y'all. $2. Mr. Let Go. Need to sit
why
on
don't they
that
fight
burner
white
for this
men like they fight black men? By their own logic.
My man AP, $20 says, P, you say you keep getting interrupted, which has merit, but on a YouTube panel, how much time should you be allowed to diatribe. Aside from raggedy ass let go, you have been monopolized this conversation and have been given much grace.
Oh man, we super
Bond
behind.
World, $2. Points are being proven tonight. You know, I don't think women actually care about facts. They literally just want someone to rebut.
She interrupted too, right? But the point is, we saw who was on the panel, and we should have respected the flow of the platform because we knew that person was what we wanted to have a conversation with that person, and we should have made sure we respected the person's ability to stay here and have the conversation. We know that. Y'all know that. We should have made
Hopefully we
sure.
can get her back next week. Hopefully she comes back. Sweeney stuck a fork in that one, probably. LL
She gonna be back, man. She gonna come
Sweeney
back.
He said bye.
But you know what though? It wasn't. I didn't initially tell her she needs to go anywhere.
Sweeney. At the end of the day, people contradicting themselves when they say if a woman is a certain way, you need to leave her alone. So you still want at the end of the day. It's the point that it's a panel. It's a panel, but people got to be like Tommy be saying. You got to be straight. Then, if that's what she's saying and she's out of line, and the man say, "Well, bye," then hey, ignore her. She got to go. In reality,
we gotta live with it. We can't have some other man coming in. And I love that he said that because he said the women will tell you when you choose bad or you let a bad woman stay in your life, they say it's your fault.
It's your fault.
Yet they're telling you in that situation that you shouldn't have said what you said, which is this is bad. And I'm not going to allow this.
Right.
As a man, y'all have to start acting and moving like men, and other men have to respect that you moved like a man.
And the thing is that I didn't tell her bye until she started talking about how she didn't need to be up here. I don't have to be up here with y'all. I don't have to speak to y'all.
But that was a trigger. That was the trigger word, though. That was a trigger word.
You said
bye. I was like, no, but you said that to her as soon as I asked a certain question, though, Sweeney. When we got to a certain point, you did it right when she had to answer certain questions.
No, you asked the question. Hold on, wait. You asked the question. She started responding to it. She started responding to it.
All right, y'all. Let me. I gotta end the show. Let me get to these. LL Unk Man, $2. Mr. Let Go is an effing numbskull. Black Man Unfiltered, $5. Again, ho, were you incubated on Mars in a Pepsi can? This woman got George Washington wooden teeth talking about men. Still low key, $2. Women follow anything that sounds / feels good. That is a fact. AP accountability partner, $5. If you can't have real dialogue, gentlemen, is that what you wanted, Sweeney? I expected more from you. Andre Dale, $2. Real precious. That is all. T.O., $5. Sweeney and Let Go, y'all wrong for that. Let the host do his job and host. If anybody was to dismiss her, it was Trigger Mike, if need fit.
I didn't dismiss her. I just agreed with her. No, I did. She said
take
she
your
wanted
ass
to
on
leave.
there. We know
Go. But don't sit here and tell us how you
Lion Heart of Stone became a member. Queen Loudwine, Sweeney, an emotional bandit clown.
Hey,
I guess that's the thing.
I
AP, my man, $5. Ali triggered her with his questions. Came face to face with her hypocrisy.
But you didn't mean to. I know.
Couple that with being cut off gave her a reason to bounce.
We had
hold on real quick. Ali, I just want to explain something to you. I had no problem with her answering your question. She was answering your question. The problem was when she answered, I started laughing. And then that's when, and then I think somebody else.
But you could have said, my bad. I shouldn't have done that. That's it.
But the thing is,
no. I didn't say you was wrong, Sweeney. Listen.
No. I get what you're saying. I get what you were trying to do.
Keep the person to continue to have a conversation. You're like, hey, man, my bad, sister. Go ahead.
Look, that's what I'm saying. I get what you were trying to do. I get the whole idea of the panel. But I'm gonna be real with you. I can't help but to be me. I've laughed at several people on this panel. Y'all seen me do it I just did it to Tommy Sotomayor.
Hey, Sweeney, if this was on your panel, and you know how much more money that would have been had if she was still here? That money would just No, it's about the platform. If we on your platform, and I know you got a certain particular person, we're gonna make sure we engage in a conversation that makes that person stay right there and is fueling your platform. Think about it, Sweeney.
You're making the assumption that I'm a professional podcaster. I'm a regular dude. I'm a regular dude, bro.
I think what he's trying to tell you is going forward.
Yeah, now I get it going forward. I already acknowledged I get it going forward. I'm just telling you what happened in that moment. I can't help but to be me.
I get what you, but it's like going forward.
All right, y'all. Let me get these super chats.
Like no one can stand
Let
Mike.
go.
Mike.
Dumb. Sinji cooked your glass. Did he talk to Cynthia G? Duke Whitfield, $5. All the chicks came out of nowhere after Kim Sam and are acting like they're here to teach. They just came to be disagreeable and jack the formula.
Right.
They did.
These women don't
I'm
care.
him.
I
$5.
agree.
I'm not going to lie. Let Go and Sweeney got triggered and ruined the show for Trigger Mike. All Dyke Maker does is talk. So let her. Emotional ass men. Rebel Rose, $2. I'm ashamed. Men let this woman trigger them. Marcus Evans, $5. As much as I dislike her
Sweetie,
and
you
her
good,
message,
Sweetie. You didn't do, Sweetie. You good. You good.
You know
but
what's crazy?
Bruiser has
Hold
a
on,
point.
Wait. You know what's crazy? Because Team Fatty did say, he said we need to be team players. The reason why I'm up here is because of the way I do, because of me. If me telling her, if I hindsight, yes. How did I know that she was going to actually jump off the panel? Because I said bye then? I don't know her. However, I'm up here as well because I do the same thing I do. I laugh, I joke, I kick back, I overreact, I'm emotional at times. And everybody who's watched this show for the last 3 months know I can be all of those things.
No, you weren't.
No, I'm responding to somebody else. I'm responding to
Yeah.
somebody else. So when I say, hey, look, I couldn't help but to be me. That's all I'm saying. And me being me, if that meant that she left the panel because I was being me, could I now going forward, can I acknowledge that, hey, man, maybe I should let her dig herself in a hole so that y'all can destroy it? Possible. Maybe. But I'm not going to apologize for laughing at her bullshit. I'm going to laugh at bullshit all day, every day.
Let me finish this up. Go ahead. But Bruiser has a point. She was interrupting people too, but need to do better.
She was.
Take K, $2. Bruiser, watch her live, then tell me you feel the same. Arthur Gillian, $5. She is a joke and doesn't need a platform. We are for traditional values. She wants to destroy our families. Cancel this man beater. Billy Goat Gruff, $2. Tommy, you didn't you body Princella like 3-4 years ago?
I'm good at what I do.
$5. Bonobos, like other apes, are known for lesbian behavior, and by the rampant homosexuality women exhibit, it's hard to argue what scientists been saying. T.O., $2. The real goat that doesn't get enough credit. Shout out, Tommy. Rachel Winstead, $5. Leadership is an art. Being artistic is a feminine character. They just be saying shit at this point. Goddess of TSC, $5. Echo chamber, boring. Male ego ruined a good dialogue. Princella is right. Rebel Rose, $5. Perfect opportunity to crush the woman king, and the men let their emotions get the best of them. Sad.
I think you already read that one.
Enter Black Dragon, $20. I didn't. It was just people saying the same. No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No, EBD. What P is promoting is a lie that tells women that they are more valuable than men when they are not. A feminine, submissive nature is far from more valuable to any man than misandrous. A 304 can be bought and sold while wives priceless. Lauren Mack, shout out to the panel and special shout out to Tommy. No deceptions. AP, $5. MLG, you're extremely comfortable telling another grown man to shut up. I don't know how y'all take that. It'd be pull-up time. Shit is annoying, bro. $10. Lauren Mack.
Yeah.
No deceptions, but BT 1000s. My man Dark Lake, $5. Oh, shoot. Did I miss Tommy versus Princella? And thanks, Sweeney, for challenging her earlier. King Kunta, $2. She compares women to bonobos. That's why I said it.
Okay, y'all got to help me out because I'm old. What's a bonobo?
Apparently, it's a monkey.
A bonobo is a monkey. It's a type of monkey.
What?
And you wonder why I sat here and said all this mistake.
Yeah, we're not even gonna dive into that one. Theo, $5. The person Tommy was talking about in the class who didn't give a fuck and speaks up is Mr. Lego. My man Big Ant, $10. Trigger Mike, we need to purge. Reese Anderson, $2. Trigger Mike, you skipped my $5 super chat. My bad, dog. I think I clicked out of it. Forgive me. Ayatollah Black Martian, $5. Here to give tribute to Tommy Sotomayor. He's here. $10 TO. Women, we don't listen because men are not leaders, but then say, all men try to control us. Then men ain't men no more like they used to be, but ran from men yesterday. It's 2023. Don't need y'all. We not slaves. Arthur Gilliam, $2. When did
we
we
almost
become
done.
savages? All right, Red Iceberg, $2. Why males have to lie so much? Princella went home. All right, y'all. I got to shut this one down. My ass tired, man. Thank y'all so much for coming through. Thank you for all the super chats. Thanks for everybody. I will be on tomorrow, 12 p.m. We probably just going to dissect this show. So y'all can come on the Trigger Mike show tomorrow, 12 p.m.
Ali,
I'm gonna do.
stay
You
on.
coming, Sweeney? Hey, you gonna? Well, I'm gonna go to the after. I'm
You doing the after?
After hour?
Yeah.
How late it is?
Hit up. You going live right now?
I'm going live right now. Tommy, you can come too, man. I dropped the link on the if you want to come through, man.
All right, y'all check out
me
my
the link,
man
brother.
Ali. Ilkhan Ali is the link, so y'all make sure y'all
text me the link.
I got a bed. I gotta go to bed because my baby girl get up at like 6. So I gotta be. I'll try to stop through, but what I'm gonna do is send you my information.
Okay, fam.
You can do it like whenever you want because I typically, when she gets up, get her breakfast and stuff like that, and then I have a whole day empty until she comes home. I'm gonna give you my information. I'm gonna send it to you, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Hi, y'all.
Sweeney, drop the
out.
bet.
Huh?
I'm
Take it
joking
easy.
with you. Sweeney said, huh?
I
You know
my
I'm
ass. All right, y'all. Take it easy. Thanks to everybody that came through.
I got
Princella,
you.
the Queen Maker. That was good dialogue either way, but we're gonna try to get you back. Thank you for coming on the panel. Thanks to Precious, Di, everybody, Trev, Curves. We didn't see her in a while. Ali, Tommy, Sweeney, and all the crew. Bruiser even came through tonight, made an appearance. First time in a while. And I'm Trigger Mike. Thank y'all for coming through. As always, shout out to the sponsor, Tish Hanley. Make sure y'all are tuning into the Trigger Mike show tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central. Have a good night, everybody. We out.